Morning, everybody. Up, be seated.
Good morning, Judge.
All right, so we're here on case 22 CF 3336. May I have the appearance of the parties?
Victoria Suarez and Anna Kuskova for the state.
Suarez, let's go.
Good morning, Judge. Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. How do you fill out a motion on behalf of Mr. Goldberg?
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning. Mr. Goldberg, good morning.
Good morning.
All right, so we're here for a non-jury trial today. I have the waiver of jury trial that was filed on January 14th, 2026. Refresh my memory, did I colloquy Mr. Goldberg last time we recorded?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. State, you want to colloquy again, or you think my previous colloquy is good?
I think it's fine if we could just do a brief one that nothing's changed.
Sure. So, Mr. Goldberg, could you raise your right hand for me? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
All right, just hand that down. Let's get a microphone. So, Mr. Goldberg, I believe we spoke back in January when your attorneys filed the waiver of jury trial. But you understand that you have a right to a jury trial. You understand that?
Yes, sir.
And you also have the ability to waive that right if you choose to do so. You understand that? I have a waiver of jury trial that's signed by you, indicating you'd like to waive your right to a jury trial. Does that still remain your desire?
Yes, sir.
Is anybody forcing, pressuring, threatening, or coercing you into waiving your right to a jury trial?
No, sir.
Does anybody promise you anything in exchange for your waiver of jury trial?
No, sir.
As you sit here in court today, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol?
No, sir.
Are you suffering from any mental health conditions that would affect your ability to understand your right to a jury trial and your ability to waive it?
No, sir.
Is it still your desire to waive your jury trial?
Yes, sir.
All right. Any other inquiry? Okay.
No, Your Honor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Goldberg. I have the amended information filed on October 10th, 2023. Was there a second amended information?
I believe that is the second amendment. Judge, I'm just verifying. Judge, the information. Yes, I think that I have one that's filed. There should be a second amended. The one I have pulled up is it's February 2nd, 2024. And it has 3 counts: attempted second, domestic battery by strangulation, and battery.
Got it. All right. I have that up. Are there, I know there were some pretrial motions that you all have worked out over the lifespan of the case. Are there any that remain pending that need rulings before we get going?
There were reserved rulings by the court, but none outstanding.
Anything from the defense perspective?
No, sir.
It appears that a lot of the issues are issues that would be pertinent if there were a trial jury here. So I'm presuming we don't need to address them at this time, and you'll address them with timely objections if and when they become relevant.
I think that's what defense and I had discussed, yes.
Yes, sir.
They're not going to cause mistrials, so we can just address them as they come.
Okay. All right.
That's fine.
All right, so with that being said, you all have the ability to do open statement if you wish. So we turn to the stage. Just you need to make sure your microphone, our microphones are a little bit, they've been difficult lately, so you have to be right by them.
All right, Judge, brief open.
Sure.
Good morning, Your Honor. This case is about a situation that happened on April 24th of 2022. It was what is colloquially termed as Boca Bash. And what you will hear throughout testimony is that the defendant, Cole Goldberg, and the victim, Cherylyn Schwitzsky, were in a dating relationship. They arrived at Boca Bash. They spent the day with friends. They were consuming alcohol. And throughout that day, arguments arose. The defendant threw a can at the victim. And at some point, she reaches a juncture where she says, "This is over." And she swims away. And she's swimming. Her intention is to swim to the shore. She is not really sure of how to get to the shore. And so she comes across a boat that's occupied by several people, 4 of which you'll hear testimony from. And these 4 people have never met this woman. They've never met the defendant. Up to them. There's only one of them left in the water, because at this point they're ready to kind of pack up and leave. He says he's enjoying the last few minutes in the water. She comes up and she asks him if she can hold on to his flotation device. And we say flotation device, it's like a pool noodle, I believe, that he is using. And while she's holding on to it, everybody on the boat is close enough that they can all speak. She seems tired, she seems upset, and she's standing there. What they don't, or swimming there with that noodle. What they don't see, and what the victim doesn't see, is that after the victim had jumped into the water and began swimming, the defendant also jumped in and began to swim after her. And this is witnessed by another boat that had a few males on it. Those males had seen some arguing throughout the day. They had noticed the victim. The victim is a young woman wearing a bathing suit. They noticed her, and they had seen some issues. They saw her swimming, and then they saw him pursue after quite quickly. And so out of nowhere, to the 4 people on this boat and the victim, the defendant comes up from behind her, grabs her shoulder neck area, and submerges her in the water. And seconds go by, and seconds go by, and seconds go by, until everybody that's watching this happen realizes that this isn't going to stop. So Mr. Paris, who's in the water with her, pulls her out from under the water. You'll hear that he then, the defendant, tried to kind of pursue again. And it took Mr. Alexander Trappcheck on the boat, threatening him with a boat hook to stay away from her. These 4 people on this boat and the other 2 are all going to testify today, or tomorrow and Wednesday. And they're going to tell the court what they saw in their own eyes. Not every single one of them saw every single detail, and the court knows each person has their own perspective. Each person brings in their own things. Some people noticed certain details, others noticed others. But they all agree that this was not someone asking somebody else to save them. They all agree that this was not somebody seeking a life-saving device and using a person instead, which can be done, but that this was not that. They will testify to his face, his facial expressions, his demeanor. They will testify how he reacted after. They will testify that he swam away and then swam back to that boat. And when he swam back, that's when they notified FWC. FWC was the law enforcement agency patrolling that day, and Florida Fish and Wildlife, I don't believe, has the services to have enough local officers take care of this event of this magnitude. So they have local or out-of-county volunteers in FWC work this event. And almost every single FWC officer that was out on scene that day had never experienced a domestic violence incident. They've never investigated a domestic violence incident. They are FWC officers tasked with, most of the time, boating incidents, fishing incidents. And they all, had to kind of work this investigation that was brought on them. They were patrolling the area and flagged down. And so you'll also hear, in addition to Matthew Paris, Cherylyn Paris, Rachel Trappcheck, Alexander Trappcheck, Anthony Bullen, Lloyd Whiting, civilian witnesses that do not know these people. You will also hear from 2 officers on the state side, Dylan Hudson and Damon Pulaski, and you will hear from Caroline Schwitzky. We obviously have the burden to prove the attempted second-degree murder, and I know the court knows the elements and has them readily available, as well as domestic battery by strangulation and the battery of that can throwing. And we do believe that after the court has heard all of this evidence, it will return the verdict of guilty.
Ms. Suarez? Ms. Burlett?
More than one. Mine's going to be a bit longer.
No problem.
This whole incident, as you already heard, stems from an incident at Boca Bash. Boca Bash is known commonly as the 3 Bs: boating, booze, and bikinis. And while all 3 of those contributed to this unfortunate event, it's primarily the third one, the bikini worn by Mrs. Schwitzky, a red G-string bikini, that contributed mostly to this event. You're going to hear that Mrs. Schwitzky referred to Cole as a quiet, sweet boy. That's what she believed he was. And this quiet, sweet boy is somebody that she took advantage of, and that's what brought us here. She's motivated by a number of things, and the evidence will prove that. You're going to hear, Cole's going to take the stand, and you're going to hear that he was 23 years old at the time of the incident. He lived with his parents, his brother and his sister, in Broken Sound, which is a pretty affluent area in Boca Raton. He comes from a family of lawyers. His grandfather, his uncle, his father. Cole himself had plans on going to law school. He graduated from FSU in 2021, and during the summer of 2021, he actually had registered for the LSATs, and that was his plan. During the summer of 2021 is when he met Cherylyn Schwitzky. Cherylyn was in her 30s at the time with 3 children. And this woman unfortunately destroyed his life and brought us to why we are here today. The evidence is going to show, as I said a moment ago, that this entire unfortunate event is motivated by a number of things. These reasons include money, using Cole, promoting herself with the media before and after this incident, seeking fame after the incident, and also avoiding prison or jail for her own legal problems that she was facing at the time for a violation of probation that was pending at the time of this incident. You're going to hear that during the summer of 2021, Cole met Ms. Schwitzky at the Dreyer nightclub at the Hard Rock down in Broward County. You're going to hear that Mrs. Schwitzky lived in Miramar at the time with her children. She claims to be the founder of an alleged talent agency where she handles castings and bookings for any number of types of folks. She describes herself all over social media as being the former Queen of Miami, an actress, a producer, a motivational speaker, a model, someone who's acted in multiple TV series, including Burn Notice, and was a big star on 90 Day Fiancé. She's produced or been involved in music videos before and after the incident. And again, all over her social media, she sees herself as an influence. She basically promotes herself for attention. And that is in large part what this case is about. She has 86,000 followers on Instagram, where she also says that she's a host and a performer and a dancer. After this incident occurred, she posted on social media a number of interesting posts. One of them was, "I love putting on a show for the camera." That was on July 25th of 2022. On August 5th of 2022, she shaved her head to copy Doja Cat, and she posted that she was reborn after she died in the waters on April 24th of 2022. She was paid $20,000 for that incident. In one of her bios posted online, she posted, "Always be in the spotlight." When these two met in the summer of 2021, it was very clear that this was going to be a summer fling. He's a young boy, young man, going off to law school. She's a very attractive woman, a model, an actress. They met, and it was very clear that that was his intent. He did care for her. I'm not saying he didn't, but it was just going to be something that was going to be short-lived. This wasn't a woman that he wanted to marry. They dated, they would see each other a couple times a week. At that time, Mr. Schwitzky was employed as a dispatcher for a trucking company. Upon meeting Cole, she very quickly lost that job or quit that job. She told him that she didn't like the 9-to-5 lifestyle. And the evidence is going to show that she became increasingly more dependent upon him financially. He was working part-time at the Hard Rock during that time, just making a little bit of money before he was going off to law school. They took their relationship day by day. Very quickly, Mrs. Schwitzky started talking about marriage. She wanted to have a kid with Cole. She was trying to latch on to this kid. She saw the wealth, she saw the affluence. She wanted to marry him. He wanted no part of that, but he still cared about her. She kept begging and begging, and he would just basically blow her off, but keep the relationship going, but at an arm's length. The evidence is going to show that Ms. Schwitzky was well aware of Cole and his family's position. She stayed at their home in Broken Sound a number of evenings. You're also going to hear that Cole would go down to Miramar and spend time with Carolyn and her children. Shortly into the relationship, the evidence is going to show that he was taking her kids to school. He's giving them monies for grocery. He's paying her rent. He's giving her money for all sorts of things, including $2,000 for a car repair when she got into a car crash shortly before this incident. She ridiculed him openly for not being a man, for taking care of her family. A kid, 22, 23 years old, that he had just met a few months before. Bottom line is, this was her meal ticket, that's what she saw in him, and that's all he was. The evidence is going to show that on April 18th of 2022, 6 days before the incident, Mrs. Schwitzky was in a car crash. She struck a tree, and she didn't wait around, she left the scene, and the evidence is going to show that as a result of that car crash, she sustained some minor injuries, bruising to her arms and legs. She asked Cole for $2,000 to repair that car, and he took his student loan money and gave her that money to do that. She's going to allude or suggest to this court that those bruisings, those injuries on her arms and legs occurred at the hands of Cole on April 24th at Boca Bash. And you're going to hear that law enforcement, and as Ms. Suarez indicated, a perhaps not well-equipped law enforcement agency to handle this type of case, very quickly jumped to the conclusion that these bruises that are clearly old and you can tell they're not fresh were done at the hands of Cole Goldberg. That's not the case. You're going to hear that Cole's parents were not thrilled with the relationship either. They kept pressing for a baby and marriage, and his family knew that that was not what was in his best interest. Carolyn kept insisting that her 3 children call Cole's mother grandma, somebody that only knew them a short time, months. The relationship was all about money, and still is, Your Honor. Boca Bash has been around since the early 2000s. It's held every April on Lake Boca. It's a little bit of a misnomer. It's not really a lake, but it's like a quasi-lake. It draws thousands and thousands of people and boaters from all over. It's a huge party on the water, basically. Loud music, professional DJs, super yachts, sponsor yachts, serving alcohol, giving away free shots, boats, yachts of all kinds. It draws huge crowds, and it's all about booze, boating, bikinis, and partying. As Ms. Suarez indicated, police come from all over the state to help out because it just requires a lot of police authority, attention to help out. There's a lot of DUIs, as Your Honor can imagine. FWC has a large presence there. You're going to hear that Lake Boca is shallow in some areas. It's basically knee-deep near the sandbar. sandbar sort of in the middle, and it's a place where people tie up their boats, they anchor there, and then they get off and they party on the sandbar. It's usually about knee deep. But you're going to hear that outside the periphery of the sandbar, the waters of Lake Boca are extremely deep. There's a rough current. The tides are strong. And that's where a couple of these boats, including Alex Trappcheck, I can't pronounce the names, I'm just going to call it Alex, the boat with the 4 individuals was anchored, along with the other boat that Ms. Flores told you about with the group of 6 men. They were anchored in the deeper water. You're going to hear that on the day, on the 24th, that Carolyn had spent the night, Mrs. Schwitzky, the night before at Cole's parents' home. They got up early, they had a bagel, and then they ran a couple of errands to Walgreens Publix. They bought a couple of cases of seltzers, they bought a couple of bottles of champagne, and they headed over to East Boca onto the Intercoastal around 8:30 or 9 o'clock to meet Cole's very good friend, Sebastian Espinoza. Sebastian's father is a neurologist and owns a boat that he keeps right there on the Intercoastal. And it was the plan that Dr. Espinoza was going to take Cole and a large group of people to Boca Bash. You're going to hear that there was about 14 people on the boat, several young girls, between the age teenagers, 16 to 18, 21 years old, and a couple of Cole's friends. They arrived at Boca Bash around 9:30 in the morning. Because they got there so early, Dr. Espinoza was able to find one of the prime spots near the sandbar and was able to anchor there. As soon as they got to the sandbar, that's when the party began. You're going to hear that Cole and Mrs. Schwitzky began drinking around 10 o'clock. There were mimosas, tequila shots, seltzers. Everybody was drinking, not just these two. They were dancing, music was blasting, in the sun all day, basically dehydrated, not drinking water, not taking good care of themselves. You're going to hear that Cole sustained a knee injury. You may see some photos of that. All of them were boat hopping. Boats are tied up. They're jumping back and forth. That's how he hurt his knee. You're going to hear around 12 o'clock, a couple hours after that they arrived there, they went to one of the big super or mega yachts, sponsor boat. They drank there, they were partying, dancing, they stayed there for a couple of hours, and around 2 o'clock, Cole and Mrs. Schwitzky went back to Dr. Espinoza's boat. You're going to hear that Dr. Espinoza and everyone that was on that boat decided to call it a day, and they said they're leaving. Mrs. Schwitzky didn't want to leave. She was having a good time, and she persuaded Cole to stay. So everyone took off except for Cole and Mrs. Schwitzky. They were walking around after Dr. Espinoza had left, and Cole saw one of his friends, Michael, who had offered to bring him onto another boat that was being operated by a Captain Doobie. That boat, Captain Doobie's boat, was tied up to Cole's friend's Anthony's boat. And you're going to hear that everyone was basically hopping back and forth between these two boats. Again, as I said earlier, both Doobie and Anthony's boat were in deep water, not near the sandbar, and these waters were quite rough. You're going to hear that around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, that Cole and Carolyn, Mrs. Schwitzky, decided to go back to that mega yacht that I told you about earlier, that sponsor boat, the vodka boat. They paddleboarded over there, they hung out there for a bit. You're going to hear that Mrs. Schwitzky decided that she was going to jump on the trampoline that was tied off this mega yacht, a 2-story big boat. And there's a trampoline on the back of it. You're going to hear that there were a bunch of young women back there on the trampoline bouncing around, and she decided she was going to do that as well. You're going to hear that while she was on the trampoline, Cole went over to a cooler that was on the further from the trampoline on the other side of the boat. Ms. Schwitzky asked him for a seltzer, was motioning for him to get one for her. He reached into the cooler, started walking over to that direction, and in an underhanded toss, threw her a seltzer. She missed, it slipped through her hands. She was never struck in the face or the eye with a seltzer, and Your Honor will see photos of no injuries to her eye or to her face. May I approach a little closer? Of there being a hard toss of a can striking her in her eye or her face or her head. You're going to hear that eventually they decided to leave the vodka boat. Miss Schwitzsky decided she was going to leave and swim back to the other boats, the Doobie and the Anthony boat. And Cole followed on a paddleboard. They went to Doobie's boat quickly, then they hopped onto Anthony's boat, and everything was fine. There was no arguing, they were having a good time. It was just another day. You're going to hear, though, when they got back to Anthony's boat, that's when something happened. And this, again, is related to, in part, the bikini. When they got to Anthony's boat, you're going to hear that some drunk guy came up to Mrs. Schwitzky and slapped her on her behind. And she became enraged at that. She became upset with the guy, the drunk guy, but she became more enraged with Cole because her sweet, quiet boy didn't go after this drunk guy and beat him up. And that enraged her. This guy disrespected her. Cole disrespected her by not doing anything to protect her. And that's what set this off. Cole was never angry at her. She became enraged at him. Cole actually stood in between the drunk guy and Mr. Schwitzky and extended his arms to break it up. Not that they were fighting, but they were heading towards each other. And to divide them, and even just by getting in the middle of them, you're going to hear that the guy fell down. That's how drunk he was. She was still enraged. She was upset, disrespected her. They left and they went back to Doobie's boat. When they got back to Doobie's boat, you're going to hear that they were sitting there on the back of the boat, the front of the boat, I can't recall which it was, and you're going to hear from Cole that he had Mrs. Schwitzky on his lap trying to calm her down. She was upset. There was nothing going on there that would indicate that he was being aggressive towards her or doing anything inappropriate other than trying to calm her down. They were there for about 20 or 30 minutes, and eventually she did in fact calm down a bit. It was at that point you're going to hear that Captain Doobie said he's leaving. We're untying and we're getting out of here. He said, I don't have enough life jackets for Cole and Cherylyn. Because as you recall, they just came onto that boat. They weren't part of that crew. They hadn't come with Captain Doobie. And you'll hear that there are very strict rules at Boca Bash and Lake Boca that every boat out there has to have enough life jackets for each passenger on the boat. If not, they get hit with a huge fine. So they take it very seriously, and he kicked them off the boat. Cherylyn jumped into the water at that point, off of Captain Doobie's boat. She had her cell phone in hand. She decides that she's going to swim to land. You can't swim to land. She was swimming in a direction that was headed towards a channel out into the ocean. She would have been killed. She would have drowned. So what Cole did is he jumps off the boat and starts swimming after her. He didn't want her to get hurt. Captain Doobie tells Cole, you have 30 seconds to go get her. Go get her. I just found 2 more life jackets. Come back and I'll let you guys leave with me. Cole leaves his backpack on the boat. He jumps in to swim and he starts swimming after Mrs. Schwitzky. As I told you earlier, the water's deep. The current's strong. They're rough. He's swimming fast because he has 30 seconds to get back to Doobie because he's taking off, and they have no way home. Espinosa left, their other friends left, they're stuck. He's swimming fast. He's halfway through, he's exhausted. He starts to panic. He feels like he's sinking. The water's going into his mouth. He starts fearing for his safety. He believes he's going to drown. Carolyn was also having trouble swimming. She was distressed as well, not just Cole, both of them were. Boaters from Alex's boat gave Carolyn a flotation device, I believe it was a round device, when she made it to the boat so that she could gain composure. When Cole got to Caroline, he couldn't breathe. He'll tell you, he was seeing stars. He was lightheaded. He was in distress. He saw Carolyn's shoulders sticking out of the water where she was hanging onto the floaty. And as a natural instinct, in his panicked state, he grabbed onto her shoulder. He believes with one hand. He doesn't even believe that she went under the water. He did that not with the intention to batter her, but to save himself from drowning. He honestly thought he was going down. He was nowhere near her neck. He hooked onto the shoulder. You're going to see this photo. This is Schwitzky, taken within minutes of the alleged attempted murder. No injuries on her neck whatsoever. No bruising, no marks, no chokehold, nothing. You're going to see, after Mrs. Schwitzky was taken to the dock, which wasn't that much longer either, I don't know the exact time, maybe an hour. Absolutely no injuries to her neck, or her chest, or her face. Her big hoop earrings are still intact after she was allegedly choked and strangled under the water, and he tried to kill her. The state's theory is that Cole intentionally tried to kill Caroline Schwitzky in front of a boat full of people. This makes absolutely no sense. Tried to kill her right in front of everybody. All he was trying to do was save his life. He felt like he was drowning, and that's why he reached onto her shoulder. You're going to hear that when Caroline was pulled up onto the boat or got on the boat, she wasn't crying. There was no CPR. She wasn't choking. She wasn't spitting up water. Her hair appears to be dry from these photos. This is minutes of when the alleged attempted murder, choking her, pushing her under the water occurred. Her hair doesn't even look wet. She's still holding on to her cell phone. She had her cell phone when she jumped off the boat. She had the cell phone in her hand when she swam. She had the cell phone on her when he was trying to strangle her to death and kill her. And rather than take her hand and drop her cell phone and try to get his hands off her neck to save her life, she's holding onto her cell phone. She gets on the boat with her cell phone. It's still in hand. When she gets on the boat, not a single person there calls 911. If anyone had believed that he was trying to kill her, they would have. She tells the people on the boat, right after her attempted murder, that Cole is a good kid, and he's going to law school. He's my boyfriend. And we know she tells them this because all the people on the boat talk about that later. Meantime, Cole is hanging onto the boat, trying to gain composure. Water's too deep, he can't stand there. He's confused, he doesn't know what's going on. They're treating him like something's happening and he doesn't know why they're doing this to him. You're going to hear that Alex, the owner of that boat, picks up a long metal gaff, a long pole, I'm not sure what it's used for, something with fishing. And he goes over to Cole in a threatening manner. and he's pointing at him and telling him, "You're not coming on this boat, get away, get away." He has nowhere to go. He's being basically attacked with this, didn't touch him, but he's being assaulted with this long metal gaff and told, "You can't stay here, you better leave." So he turns around and he starts heading back to Captain Doobie's boat. At this point, Captain Doobie's boat is no longer as far away as it was when he jumped off of it. It's now about, it's much, much closer. It's about 10 to 15 yards away. But Captain Doobie was waiting there for Cole and Carolyn, who never came back. He swam back to Doobie's boat, they helped him up, and Doobie told him he was leaving, and Cole said he was not leaving without his girlfriend. Captain Doobie then brought him closer to the sandbar, let Cole out, he got out. He stayed there for about 10 to 15 minutes to gain his composure, gain more strength, and he swam back to Alex's boat a second time with his backpack on his back. He was going back to get Carolyn. He wasn't leaving his girlfriend with these strangers. He had no clue who they were. You're going to hear from Cole that backpack filled with air and was able to sort of act like a flotation device and helped him also with his swimming to get back to the boat the second time. When he got back a second time, he was hanging on the ledge, and you're going to hear that Carolyn was kneeling down at the edge the second time that he came back, comforting him, holding his hand, reaching him. She wasn't crying. She wasn't running behind any of the witnesses on the boat to hide from this alleged killer. She didn't even accuse him of killing her. She's acting tender and sweet and concerned that he's in the boat and unable to help himself. So what happened here? You have 4 people on a boat who jump to the wrong conclusion. They're drinking alcohol. They see somebody come up, they see somebody reach for a shoulder, she went down partially, and they think that he's trying to kill her. They saw something that they thought they saw, but they weren't right. They all believed that by grabbing her shoulder, that he was trying to drown her and intentionally kill her. You're going to hear that Alex was in part what caused this. He was extremely aggressive. You're going to hear that he immediately started pointing his finger at Cole, and his words, "You're an attempted murderer, you're an attempted murderer," in front of the other witnesses. You're going to hear that when FWC pulled up with their boats moments later, he's flagging them down. Nobody called number 1. He's flagging them down. And immediately Alex starts telling the cops what happened there. He's setting the stage. He's telling them how to conduct their investigation. He's telling them he committed attempted murder. He planted that seed in the lead detective, or lead officer's head. He's basically controlling it. Not a single officer there had any experience conducting any types of violent cases, never handled a strangulation case, an attempted murder case, never handled a violent crime. They're worried about fishing violations and BUIs. And unfortunately, they were out of their league. And you have this man, Alex, telling the officer what had happened and that he committed attempted murder. The whole investigation took 24 minutes from the time FWC arrived there to when, well, he was detained and cuffed well before that, but 24 minutes to conduct an investigation, interview witnesses, look for evidence, everything they had to do before he was accused and arrested for attempted murder of Mrs. Schwitzky. You're going to hear that Hudson never looked for videos, he never spoke with anybody on the mega yacht, he never spoke with anybody on Doobie's, or never bothered to get phone numbers. If they had left already, he could have gotten phone numbers. He never spoke with anybody on Anthony's boat. He never looked for independent witnesses. Your Honor is going to hear that there were other boats in the immediate area of where this all occurred. And the only boat that he found worthy to interview, I'll refer to as the Hernandez boat, the boat with 6 men. Interestingly, it was Alex who directed Officer Hudson to that boat. He said, they saw it too, go speak to them. He didn't go to anybody else, only to what Alex thought was important. You're going to hear that FWC, Officer Hudson, went to Hernandez's boat. There were 6 men on that boat. You're going to hear that he immediately brings up attempted murder. You're going to hear he set the stage in those guys' head. He immediately tells them, what if this were your daughter? Because they don't want to really get involved. He says, what if this were your daughter? And basically encourages them to write statements. He doesn't separate them. They're all sitting around like they're kibbutzing, and they're writing statements and sharing pens, and they're all talking about what they saw amongst each other. And he had already planted the seed that this was an attempted murder. He takes the statements from 3 of the men. He doesn't bother taking statements from the other ones. He doesn't even get the names of the other witnesses. He doesn't check if they have video. He doesn't even ask if they have video. He doesn't check any of the boats if they have video. You're going to hear that all of these people on the Hernandez boat and on the Alex boat all give varying accounts. And while I certainly understand that perceptions can differ, especially when you're having alcohol and under these circumstances, there's certain parts of their statements that are critical, and on those material issues, that they vary. And you're going to hear that Matthew Paris, who's going to testify here today, I believe, said that they being the 4 people on the Alex boat, they had all been drinking alcohol, they were making margaritas, rum and tequila, and that he had actually noticed Mrs. Schwitzky earlier in the day. He noted her red G-string bikini earlier in the day. He was watching the quote-unquote, his word, debauchery of her and the other girls on the nearby boat. He saw her dancing. He noticed her red bikini. She was nice-looking. He noticed several nice-looking girls and was peeking over, hoping his wife wouldn't catch him doing so. When Carolyn arrived, he's going to tell you that she was, in fact, distressed. She had labored breathing, and he gave her a floaty. He said in his sworn deposition that Cole came up and strangled her. In the same sworn statement, Mr. Paris later said, it could have been that Cole was just pushing her down on her. He did not see Cole choking her above the water. In the same sworn statement, he said that he saw above water Cole's hands over her shoulders with his fingers pointed forward, and he did not see Cole choking her. One time he said he saw marks on her neck, another time he said he did not. Sherry Paris is Matt's ex-wife. They are now divorced. She said no one was drinking. She said that she saw Cole swim up in front of Carolyn, and he put his hands were pushing her down. His hands were around her neck and was pushing her down. In the same sworn statement, she changed her story, and she said he used both hands and pushed her down on her shoulder, on her clavicle. And then she said she never saw she never saw Caroline being choked. Alex says that they were drinking. He was drinking alcohol on his boat while taking 20 different medications. There were liquor bottles on his boat, seltzers and beers. He saw Carolyn. He saw Cole come up behind her and reach around and grab her neck with both hands, and he pushed her with all of his weight under the water, causing the flotation device to fly out. And he describes Cole, interestingly, as not being in distress, having a crazed look. He told police later that he didn't want to cooperate with law enforcement. He wanted nothing to do with this case. He was concerned that his name was going to be in the newspaper. He didn't want to cooperate because, according to him, what he told the cops on the boat is she had no interest in doing anything. She was saying nothing happened. She wasn't a victim. This was her boyfriend. He's a good guy. So why on earth would they want to be involved? That's when Hudson started with the, what if this were your daughter? And again, all the people on that boat were sitting together. They weren't separated. He's giving them paper, and they're sharing pens, and they're all talking about what happened together. Alex's wife, Rachel, She's going to tell you there was no beer and no liquor on the boat. She was drinking wine. You're going to see photos where there was clearly alcohol bottles, rum, tequila, a blender. There was clearly alcohol on that boat. She said that she saw Cole and offered him a floaty because it looked like he was having a hard time swimming. He was laboring, to use her word. She saw Cole push Carolyn down on the shoulders, not the neck, and hold her underwater. The other boat, Your Honor, the Hernandez boat, I believe the state's calling 2 witnesses, Anthony Bullen and Lloyd Whiting. Anthony Bullen is going to tell you that he and his boat full of people have been drinking. You're going to actually, there may be photos where they're drinking beers. He's going to tell you that the waters were very rough. There was a lot of current. He saw Caroline and Cole arguing earlier in the day. And he saw Cole trying to stop or prevent Carolyn from jumping off the boat, the doobie boat. That he jumped in after her. He did not see Cole choke Carolyn. He did not see Cole strangle Caroline. Cole did not use 2 hands around her neck. Cole did not grab her shoulders to drown her. Cole did not cover her mouth to cut off oxygen. What he saw was Cole push Carolyn's head down in the water with 1 hand up and 1 hand on her. 1 hand was in the air. He also did not call 911. None of these people did. Lloyd Whiting is going to admit and tell you that he was also drinking beer. He was on the Hernandez boat, one of the 6. He also saw Carolyn jump off the boat. He saw that Cole was trying to stop her from jumping off the boat. He was not pushed off the boat, as she's likely to tell you. He saw the same thing that the other witness saw, that Cole put his hand on Carolyn's shoulder and had 1 hand up in the air. He also did not call 911. Your Honor, Cole is going to take the stand, as I told you. He's going to tell you that basically everything that I just told you, that he was exhausted, he was drowning, he felt the need to grab a shoulder that was sticking out of the water for no other reason. It wasn't a sinister reason to kill her, but to just give himself some place to grab so that he wouldn't drown. He also told this to police. You're going to hear from several of Cole's friends, one of who was there, Anthony Mimo. You're going to hear that he and Cole are very good friends. He was there. He saw Caroline and Cole throughout the day. They were happy. There was no fighting. There was nothing going on until that incident with the drunk who slapped her tush, her backside, or her bottom. That was exposed with her G-string bikini. So you got this drunk guy going up, slapping her. He witnessed that. He saw that Carolyn was upset. He saw that Carolyn was upset not only at the drunk guy, but more at him for not jumping in and protecting her and beating the guy up because that was disrespectful to this woman. And how dare he do that? He will testify that he saw Cole trying to calm her down, trying hard. He's also going to testify that he heard Captain Doobie say that there weren't enough life jackets for the 2 of them and that they were kicked off the boat. You're going to hear Anthony Nemo say that Cole, who he's known a long time, has a reputation for being peaceful and is non-violent. You're going to hear from Fabrizio Valenzuela, a good friend of Cole's, knows him well. He was on the boat with Cole and Carolyn, said there was absolutely no issues. These 2 were fine. They were happy. Everyone was drinking, including Carolyn and Cole, but there were no issues. He's going to tell you that Cole, who he's known quite some time, has a reputation for being peaceful and nonviolent. You're going to hear from Stephen Polino, close friend of Cole, knows him very well. Saw Cole and Caroline on a paddle boat. Later in the afternoon, they were happy. There were absolutely no issues. That Cole has a reputation for being peaceful, non-violent person. Sebastian Espinoza, also good friends with Cole, knows Ms. Schwitzky. Everyone was drinking, including Cole and Caroline, but there were no issues, no arguments that he was aware of, and he's going to tell you he has a reputation for being peaceful and non-violent. You're going to hear from Angela Rada, Cole's ex-girlfriend. They dated for many years in high school, 4 years. She went off to FSU. They basically separated during college. To this day, they are still very good friends, and she will tell you that he has never been violent and he has a reputation for being peaceful. Your Honor, we're going to call an expert, Dr. Steve Leatherman. He's a professor at FIU. He's an expert witness in drowning cases. He has testified many times in civil cases. His PhD thesis was in riptides. He's going to talk about the 6 stages of drowning, one of them being distress, where you're struggling to keep your airways open, and that everyone has an instinctive drowning response when you start to trying to keep your airways open, you lose control, you start panicking, you're not thinking rationally, you can't hear people, you can't respond the way a normal person would respond. He's going to talk about something called climbing the ladder effect, that if you see something sticking out of the water, something you can grab onto to gain leverage, you're going to push down on that imaginary ladder in order to gain control, to prevent yourself from drowning. He's going to tell you that once you're in that stage of drowning, within 20 to 60 seconds, you're going to go under unless you can actually grab onto something and gain composure. And that timing depends on how physically fit you are. But in order to survive, you have to gain some sort of leverage. He's going to tell you that the instinctive drowning response is to grab. Mrs. Schwitzky, as I said a little bit earlier, when she got on Alex's boat, she said it to him, to everybody there, he's a good boy, he's going to law school, he's my boyfriend. She told all the officers there, he never touched me that day. She told officers, he never laid a hand on me in the 9 months that we're together. She stayed by his side and comforted him. She denied repeatedly to law enforcement, on the boat, back at the dock, that he tried to kill her or drown her. In fact, when she was told that he was being arrested, she was shocked. She gasped for air, later put her hand over her mouth, said, "No, never." For what? That was her response. She has absolutely no injuries on her neck or anywhere. The old bruises are from the car crash. Everyone was giving Carolyn the attention and creating a narrative of an attempted murder. That simply was not the case. And again, I think this was due in part to Alex and the way he initially handled it with law enforcement. Carolyn, you're going to hear, Your Honor, is an opportunist. She saw a way to run with the story, but didn't do it until later in the day. And the reason she did it is because she had more to gain by creating this narrative. You're going to hear that she was on felony probation for a violent crime. At the time of the incident, she was on probation for an arrest out of Miami for a resisting officer with violence, a third-degree felony. She was placed on probation and reporting in Broward, where she lived. On March 25th, about a month or so before the incident, there was a violation of probation affidavit that was filed by her PO. An arrest warrant was signed for the violation. And on April 24th, 2022, the day of the incident, after she was taken off of Alex's boat, and after some time talking with law enforcement on dock, she was arrested for that outstanding warrant. She tried to get out of it. She was telling FWC officer, she has kids, please don't do this to me. This is all one big mistake. And it was after that that she seized the opportunity and became a victim of an attempted murder. After her arrest, and while this case was pending, she did not go to jail for the VOP. She did not go to prison for the VOP. Her probation was modified on May 5th of 2022. You're going to hear that there was a second violation of probation on December 1st of 2022. Again, no jail, no prison. Probation is modified, she's on probation. She maintained her withhold. She violated her probation by drinking alcohol at Boca Bash on April 24th of 2022. Nothing happened. She violated her probation by leaving Broward County on April 24th and going to Palm Beach County to attend a party and drink alcohol. Nothing happened. She avoided penalties other defendants would have not, just because she feigned being a victim and had an open case. The state ignored these violations and gave her multiple benefits for being a victim. Carolyn turned this incident into a way to benefit in other ways, financially. Buy my way out of jail card. Stay relevant in her shallow media world, which is all she really has. She's an influencer, a model, an actress. It's all about promoting herself. And to remain relevant, that's what she has to do. Post. She gave stories to TMZ, People Magazine, New York Post, NBC. She took clips from all of these articles and posted it on her Instagram account, boasting to her 86,000 followers about her attempted murderer and how she was almost killed. She went on the comedy circuit in Miami and did a joke about being the victim of an attempted murder by a young man. Always the actress, she created this fantastical tale. This incident has kept her relevant and has made her money. You're going to hear that about 6 months or so after the incident, she filed a civil lawsuit here in Palm Beach County, seeking monetary damages from Cole. That lawsuit is basically on hold pending the outcome of this case. She stands to collect tens of thousands of dollars. She has a very strong financial motive to lie about what happened. She has a financial interest to see that he is convicted. You're going to hear that 3 days after the incident, she filed an injunction down in Broward County for dating violence. And in that petition for injunction, she talks about what happened on the boat, how he tried to kill her, talks about how he hit her in the eye and the face with the seltzer can. But also, interestingly, she now talks about being sexually molested by him that day as he put his fingers and his fingernails into her vagina and almost ripped it apart. Now she was sexually molested as well. She asked for a final hearing. She got one on May 9th of 2022, but she never showed up and it was dismissed. The evidence is going to show that she is a master of manipulation. She seized an opportunity at an expense of a young man, took his whole life from him. He didn't intentionally batter her, he didn't intentionally strangle her, he didn't intentionally choke her, and he certainly did not try to kill her. And the evidence will show that. Thank you.
Ms. Willett, state your reply first.
Yes, Judge. Today we'll call Matthew Paris.
Mr. Paris.
He's in the conference room.
Come on up, follow, you follow the statement. And you would face the clerk with your right hand, she's ready.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Watch your step on your way up, and then just make sure when you sit down, you're speaking directly into the microphone. As far as interviewing your witness already, you may inquire.
Thank you. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for us?
Matthew Paris, Paris, just like the city.
Mr. Paris, where do you work?
Scranton School District,
Are you a teacher? What do you teach?
5th grade, math, science, and social studies.
Where do you live?
I have a home in Pennsylvania.
Okay. And at any point, have you had a second residence?
I did,
Okay, and back in 2022, did you have a second residence?
I did.
And was that was that in Broward County?
Pompano, yes,
Okay. And at that time, 2022, were you married?
I was.
And what's your former wife's name?
Cherylyn,
Okay.
at the time, Paris.
And do you know someone by the name of Alexander Trappcheck?
I do.
And who is that?
My brother-in-law,
Okay. And is he married?
he is
To who?
Rachel Trappcheck.
Do you know them well?
I do.
Do the Trappchecks live, or did you say Trappcheck?
Trappcheck,
Well, then-
Tarapak.
Okay. So, do the Trappchecks live in Pennsylvania?
They have also 2 houses, one in Pennsylvania and one in Hillsborough Mile. I don't know where that is.
Do the Trappchecks own a boat?
They do,
Did they own one in 2022?
yes,
Okay, say boat.
same thing.
And is that boat located in Florida?
It is.
Would you and your wife, back in 2022, travel back and forth between Pennsylvania and Florida?
We would.
Were you traveling or in Florida in April of 2022?
Were we traveling?
Or were you here in Florida in April of 2022?
We were.
Okay. Did you attend an event called Boca Bash on April 24th of 2022?
I did.
Was it your intention to go to Boca Bash, or did you have plans to just go voting that day?
It was our intention to go to Boca.
Okay. Had you ever been before?
No.
Can you describe what you believe Boca Bash is?
It's a large gathering of voters, just a big party, I guess.
Around what time did you arrive to Boca Bash?
I don't specifically remember, but my best estimation would be 10, 11 o'clock,
Okay.
12, I don't remember, it's 4 years ago.
Yes,
Best
so
estimation, yeah.
best estimation, 10, 11. How did you get there that day?
Alex Trappcheck's boat and Rachel Trappcheck's boat.
Did you drink that day?
No, yes, no, yes, no, I don't, well, I want to be specific. I think when we were going up, they made some margaritas, and I think I might have had a sip, but no, I wasn't consuming any amount of alcohol that would impair my judgment.
And why would you, is there a reason why you wouldn't have consumed alcohol that day?
Yes, Alex has a large boat. It's always better to have a first mate, and anytime I get the opportunity to drive Alex's boat, I take it because it's a very nice boat, and I would never drive his boat impaired.
When you guys arrived and kind of spent the day there, did you go into the water?
We did.
In the area where you anchored the boat, how deep of the water do you estimate it was there?
I would say an estimation would be 15 to 20 feet.
Was there a sandbar nearby?
There was.
How far would you estimate it would take to swim from your boat to the sandbar?
Best estimate, between 50 and 100 yards.
50 and 100 yards?
Yards, yes.
How many people would you estimate were at Boca Bash?
My best estimation, over thousands, plural, I would say between 5 and 10,000.
Were there boats anchored nearby your boat?
There were.
At some point that day, did you make contact with someone you now know to be Cherylyn Schwitzsky?
Did I make contact with her at some point during the day?
Yes. All right, can you describe the events that led up to meeting her?
Okay, in its entirety?
Yes, but actually, before you start that, can you let us know, did you know a Caroline Schwitzky before April 24th, 2022?
No,
Seeing her, did she look familiar to you?
no.
Okay. Now, from the top, when was the first time that you saw her?
Alice, myself, Rachel, and Sherry swam into the sandbar. We walked around for a bit. We swam back out utilizing a blow-up raft-looking thing. Each one of us had one. When we were back toward the boat, swimming that previously mentioned 50 to 100 yards in 15 to 20 feet of water, Alex got up onto the boat, Sherry got up onto the boat, Rachel got up onto the boat, I was still in the water. Caroline came swimming at me, asked if she can grab onto the flotation device. I said, just grab onto the boat, but she grabbed onto the flotation device. I said, yeah, sure, no problem, just trying to help out.
Okay, so you were the only one that was in the water when Ms. Schwitzky started swimming towards you.
I believe so, yes.
And was she alone when she swam up?
As far as I could see, my vision was impaired because you're in the water, so you can only see. She swam up right next to me, so I couldn't see anybody else.
Okay, you say vision impaired, but what you mean is kind of, you could only see straight in front of you.
My sight line was impaired.
Okay. Do you have any issues with your
No.
eyesight? Okay.
Issues with my eyesight.
What was her demeanor?
Could you be more specific with that question?
How was her facial reactions? Do you remember if she had any?
Under duress.
Okay. Knowing what you know now, was there anything of note in the way that she was swimming?
She seemed tired, out of breath, and she seemed rushed.
Okay. Did she seem upset?
In that moment, I couldn't make that evaluation.
And how big was this raft that you've kind of described?
I would say 2 feet by 2 feet, maybe 2 feet by 3 foot. It was a somewhat cylindrical blow-up raft with a mesh lining in the middle.
Okay, so a little bit sturdier than a pool noodle.
A little bit sturdy.
Okay, and was it blow up?
It was. Maybe about the same level, buoyancy.
And was it something that you sat in, ideally?
You could.
Okay. So when she grabs a hold of your floaty, how far away would you estimate you were from her?
When she grabbed the floaty, I would say less than a foot, face to face.
Your Honor, permission to approach the witness?
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm showing defense with no pre-marked for states evidence 1. And states 2, A through B.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, I'll receive. Are you gonna move those in? Ed?
Yes, I'm gonna have him mark things, so. Mr. Paris, states 1, I believe with no objection has been moved into evidence.
Received in evidence without objection, states to the.
Can you take a look at that picture and let me know what that picture is?
It is of Alice and Rachel's boat.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate picture of kind of what that boat looks like?
Yes.
Understanding that photo doesn't capture where you were on that day, when we're talking about Ms. Schwitzky, can you mark an M where you were in the water?
When I make contact with
Yes.
Mr. Scanson. And
N as in Matthew. And can you mark a C where Ms. Schwitzky was? Okay. Is that right there?
sorry.
Thank you. State will publish. And turning your attention to states 2A through B. Can you take a look at those photos? And who is this person?
This is who I believe to be Cherylyn Schwitzky.
All right.
Schwitzky.
Table published that's been previously marked and agreed to as states 2.
Any objection to state 2A and B?
No objection.
Or receiving evidence without objection to states deposit 2A and B.
All right, so she grabs onto the floaty. What happens next?
I saw Cole come up behind and kind of push her down.
All right, you gestured behind me. Do you see the person in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Could you please point to him and describe what he's wearing?
Blue sport coat, maroon tie, white shirt.
Your Honor, at this time in the state, would I have the court reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant?
The record shall also reflect.
So, had you seen that man before?
No.
Had you noticed the man swimming up?
No.
What did he do?
Just kind of held her down underwater.
Okay. Could you describe his demeanor?
I would be speculating.
No, if you can give us what you saw, you can describe what you saw.
Judge, I objection. Speculation.
Overall, he can answer as phrased. If he can't answer, he can't answer.
It seemed he was somewhat deliberate.
Did he appear tense or relaxed?
Tense.
Did you see any emotion on his face?
No.
What did you first think was happening?
Initially, I thought it was a game. They were playing of some sort. Again, being a school teacher, I don't necessarily see things like that all the time, so my initial reaction was, they must be playing a game or something, but after a period of time, I started to think that they weren't.
How long do you think passed before you started to realize that this may be not a game?
A couple seconds. I mean, you know, it's hard to remember exactly, but something in my brain kind of went off saying something might not be right here.
And so what did you do when you started having the thought that something wasn't right?
Reached down for Miss Schwitzky.
And what did you do when you reached down?
Just grabbed her and kind of guided her up.
Okay. And at that point, did the defendant respond in any way?
I think he yelled something out. I don't remember.
Okay. Did anybody on the boat, from what you remember, respond when this started happening?
I remember Alex yelling something. I couldn't remember exactly what it is 4 years ago, but he was yelling something somewhat aggressive at Mr. Goldberg.
And was the defendant breathing heavily, from what you remember?
Miss Schwitzky? Yes.
And what about the defendant?
The defendant, sorry. Not that I recall, but again, I don't.
What was Ms. Schwitzky's immediate reaction once you pulled her out from under the water?
She seemed panicked and she was kind of fighting me. I think probably assuming, again, she was probably assuming that I was still Mr. Goldberg.
And you indicated after the victim was pulled away from him, the defendant yelled something. You don't recall what he said?
He said, and again, it'd be something to the effect of that's my
Objection, that's an incident, it's also speculation.
It's defendant's statement.
Well, he's already answered previously that he didn't know.
That he has. Do Do you have a recollection?
A vague recollection, so I couldn't be locked into exactly what he said, but I do have a vague recollection of him saying something to the effect that that's my girlfriend.
Overruled objection.
Sorry.
That's good. I have to hear it first before I go on.
Sure,
Okay.
I understand.
Did the defendant ever grab onto you or try to?
I don't believe so, no.
Did the defendant try to grab the floaty?
I was more focused on Ms. Schwitzky, so I don't remember that.
Did the defendant try to grab the boat?
That, no, he was nowhere near the boat.
Once Ms. Schwitzky was out of his grasp, do you remember whether he had a hard time swimming?
I don't remember him having a hard time swimming, no.
Do you remember him having a hard time swimming ever?
No.
Where did Ms. Schwitzky go after this?
After the incident,
Yes.
we got her onto the boat, and that's where she was. I mean, in its entirety for the rest of the day, which I didn't know that.
Well, how was she acting when she first got back on, or got onto your boat?
Panicked, very panicked.
Was she blaming him?
I believe I remember her saying, he never acts that way.
Did the defendant swim away after the incident and Ms. Schwitzky pulled onto the boat?
The defendant. Yeah, yes.
Okay. So at the point where she's sitting on the boat,
Mhm.
was the defendant allowed on the boat?
No.
Can you remember how long it was from the time that he forced her under the water to the time that he swam away?
I can't remember.
Was 911 called?
I didn't call it.
If it wasn't called by anybody, do you know why you wouldn't have personally called?
I think I said this in my deposition, sorry. My primary goal was Ms. Schwitzky and her safety and calming her down.
Judge, may I have one brief moment?
Sure.
Did the defendant ever return back to that boat?
He did.
Understanding it's been 4 years, I'm
Mhm.
gonna have to see if you can estimate between, how long it took between him swimming away and him coming back.
Rough estimate, 15, 20 minutes.
Did you see what direction he had been swimming from that time?
Yes, he was swimming from, it would be west.
Okay, and,
He would be coming from the east, swimming west, sorry.
okay,
From essentially the sandbar.
from the sandbar, okay. Was he saying anything at that point?
I think he was yelling her name.
And what did the victim do when he returned?
I think she might have called out his name.
Okay. Did she go and try to talk to him?
At that point, I went to the front of the boat and she was pretty calm. We had reassured her that we would get her an Uber ride wherever she wanted to go. So at that point, I just went to the front of the boat to kind of decompress myself. So I really, in answer to your question, I don't really remember.
Was this upsetting to you?
Yeah. So you don't see it every day.
Were the police notified at any point?
Yes.
At what point?
When Mr. Goldberg swam back up to the boat.
Okay, so after he came back to the boat, that was when you notified
Police were all
NWC?
over, yes.
Okay. And did you guys call or did you flag them?
Flagged him.
Did you make a statement to the police?
I did.
Did your then wife, brother, sister-in-law give statements?
I believe, yeah, all four of us did.
One moment, Judge. Mr. Paris, do you remember exactly how the defendant had his hands on the victim?
It was underwater, so I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Do you remember giving a deposition?
I do.
Do you remember providing an answer on that day?
I do.
Okay. And do you remember whether you were able to provide a description of how you saw the defendant's hands?
I mean, it was around her neck.
Okay, would you be able to demonstrate if necessary?
If necessary, sure.
Okay. Your Honor, permission to have the witness step down?
Sure, if you step down, you just make sure you're by a microphone if you're saying.
I didn't even judge
If
it.
you just, if you're gonna step down, you can do that. Just if you say anything, you need to make sure you're by a microphone. Okay.
Can I provide him the mic?
Absolutely, that's somebody's gonna question.
Yes. So while you're standing, just use this microphone, okay? And then you can set it down to actually do the description. All right, Mr. Paris, could you please demonstrate on Ms. Kuskova how you saw the defendant's hands? And Judge, I can describe what he's doing, and defense can obviously object if they disagree. And for the record, the fingers are pointing towards the front of Ms. Kuskova's body, the thumbs are pointing towards her back, and they are at the shoulder area near the neck.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, is that, okay, you can step down and go back to the seat, thank you. Do you recall whether, when he pushed down, whether he did this with any force?
Yes.
How much force would you estimate?
The force of his body.
Did you see any reaction on his face or any form of physical reaction when he was forcing her down?
No.
From what you saw, was he trying to stay above water?
Objection, speculation.
Just stand.
Mr. Paris, do you recall ever providing a description of the defendant's demeanor on this case?
I don't recall, but if my memory is strong, I might remember. I don't recall.
And when you saw the defendant's hands on her neck or in her shoulder area near her neck, did you see it happening for a long time before she went under the water?
No.
And at this point, were you still about 1 foot away from her, as you had said you were before?
Yes.
And as far as the level of intoxication being from 0, completely sober, to 10, completely inebriated, blackout drunk, where would you put yourself?
0.
0?
0.
Do you acknowledge that there was alcohol in the boat?
Yes.
Did your then wife at the time drink?
Objection, speculation.
Oh, he can answer if he knows.
I don't remember, but I vividly don't remember us as a group drinking that day more than 1 drink.
Right. At this time, Judge, the state will pass a witness.
I'm not trying to limit your cross-examination at all, I'm just trying to figure out when to take a break. Do you think you have about 15, 20 minutes of cross-examination, or do you have 15 minutes?
Oh, about 15, 20 minutes.
Okay, all right, then why don't you do your cross-examination, we'll just take a break.
Thank you. How you doing, sir?
Okay.
You didn't want to be here today, did you?
Objection relevance?
You were forced to. You got a subpoena, right? And you weren't going to come unless you were forced to be here, right?
I was.
All right, and then you got a subpoena signed by His Honor, His Honor Fiancé. That's why you're here, right?
Okay.
Is that true?
I got a subpoena in the mail, that is true.
Yeah, well, you weren't coming unless you got something signed by this court, right?
I'm not sure how to answer that.
All right. Well, you wanted proof that you were ordered to be here, otherwise you weren't going to come voluntarily, right?
I may have come voluntarily, I don't know.
All right, were you giving the prosecutor a hard time about coming or no?
Not at all.
Okay. So when you get there, you're with Cherylyn, your ex-wife, Alex, and Rachel. Who's the other guy on the boat? You have another adult male. Who is that man?
He's a friend of the family. By family, I mean Alex and Rachel's. It's Alex and Rachel and his son, and it's their son's friend.
Is he a grown man?
I don't know what your definition of grown man is.
Oh, 18 or older.
He's 18 or older.
All right. And you don't know his name?
Kozro is the last name. I forget his first name.
All right. And isn't it true there was another couple on the boat next to you named Kyle and Lily?
Yes,
Who was Kyle and Lily?
Alex and Rachel's friend.
And where was their boat compared to Mr. Trappcheck's boat?
That would be I believe it was the port side they were tied off to.
So right next to it.
Yes.
All right. This is the first time you ever went to Boca Bash, right?
Yes.
Thousands of people, like you said.
Yes.
A lot of police officers all over the place, right?
Yes.
All different agencies, Boca, Sheriff's Office, Fish and Wildlife, right?
Yes.
More than you would normally see anywhere. The police were everywhere.
I didn't notice them, but I'm sure there were ample amounts of police.
I'm sorry?
I didn't notice the police, but I'm sure there were ample amounts of police.
Okay. It's a big party scene, right?
It is.
Okay. All right, your testimony is you only had a sip of the margarita on the way up there?
Yes.
Okay. And there was also rum on the boat? Right?
I don't know.
A blender?
It was a blender, yep.
Tequila?
I don't know.
Wine? You don't know?
I don't know. I don't know the contents of the boat, but it's a large boat and there are refrigerators. Alex usually keeps the boat stocked.
Isn't it true you don't remember how many drinks you had that day?
No.
You were only guessing it's one, right?
No, I remember not drinking.
Okay. Show you deposition. Remember giving a deposition back on February 15, 2023?
Yes.
And if you could turn to page 11, read lines 17 through 20 for yourself.
Page 11. 17. So you said you have how many?
No, read it
drinks?
to yourself, please.
Sure. Okay.
All right, and isn't it true back on February 15, 2023, when you were under oath, the question was, so you said how many drinks over the course of the day, sir? And your answer was, I don't remember, but if I could ballpark it, I would say one. Remember giving that answer?
Yes.
But today it was just a sip. Right?
Okay.
That's your answer today?
That's my answer.
All right. How many times have you been on Mr. Alex's boat, would you estimate?
10, 15.
Okay, multi-million-dollar boat?
Yes.
Any cameras on that boat?
I do not know.
Did you have a camera or a video camera with you, or a phone with a video camera?
I had a phone.
Police ever asked you to see it? Police ever asked you to look at it?
No.
This particular woman that you described as Cherylyn Schwitzky, that you know now, you saw her earlier in the day on a boat next to your boat that you were on, right?
Yes.
And she was partying and dancing and having lots of fun, right?
Appeared to be.
And you knew she had a red bathing suit on, right?
Yes.
And you were watching the young ladies that were dancing on the boat next to you, right?
Yes.
It's a normal thing a guy would do. It's not abnormal, right?
Yes.
Just don't want your wife to know, right?
We were joking with our wives.
All right. But in the deposition, you said you were ashamed that you're not ashamed to say you took a peek and you didn't want your wife to find out, right?
Okay.
Is that true? You didn't want to read in this deposition?
I think it was a joke in the deposition, but
Oh, okay. All right. So you noticed she had a bathing suit on that was pretty much revealing, right?
yes.
You never saw Cole Goldberg that day. You couldn't describe what he was wearing before this incident happened, right?
Nope.
No interest in him, of course.
Nope.
Okay. When Miss Goldberg got on the boat, you didn't call 911 when she got on Alex's boat, right?
I didn't.
Okay. And she wasn't coughing up phlegm or water, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. So if she was having trouble breathing, you would remember that. If she was spitting up water or salt water was in her coming out of her nose or she needed CPR, nothing like that happened, right?
No.
You never told the police you saw any marks on her, did you?
Pardon?
You never told the police you saw any marks on Miss Schwitzky.
I didn't. They didn't ask.
And you never put in your statement, you never told them, right? In your written statement, right? You never put down she had marks on her, right?
I didn't.
And it's your testimony that the only time the police were flagged down was, what, 25, 30 minutes after this supposed incident happened?
Yes.
And that's only because Mr. Goldberg came back and y'all didn't want him on your boat, right?
Probably yes.
Okay. And this incident happened about 5-6 feet from Alex's boat?
Yes.
And Carolyn Schwitzky wasn't the only young lady dancing that day. You described this as a debauchery of young kids who were all basically dancing and partying to music.
Having fun, yeah.
And debauchery was your word, right?
Hmm.
Remember that word?
I don't remember it, but if you say it's there.
Do you disagree with it?
No.
Okay. So all four of you had flotation devices?
Yes.
You, your ex-wife, Alex, and his wife.
Yes.
And when this young lady came up to you, did you recognize who it was at first?
No.
Oh, not until she got back on your boat?
Yeah.
All right, and she asked for help, right?
She did.
And she was struggling to swim, right?
Yes. Appeared to be.
Sorry?
She appeared to be.
Sure. That was your opinion? Yes?
Yes.
Okay. And you gave her your flotation device? Or allowed her to hang on to it, obviously?
I allowed her to hang on to this.
You don't know where she was going, do you?
I do not.
Did she ever tell you she was going to land?
I don't remember her saying.
Okay. You have no idea where she was going, or why she was going your direction? You personally don't know.
I personally don't.
Do you know how much she was drinking that day? Do you know how much Cherylyn Schwitzky was drinking that day?
No idea.
And when you described a little while ago when you got down off the stand there and you hold on to the other prosecutor from behind, Was that the direction Mr. Goldberg came from behind Ms. Schwitzky?
Yes.
And is it true she was under the water for about till 4 Mississippi?
I couldn't estimate, but if I was to put a number on it, anywhere in and around there.
Okay. And do you know if her whole head went under the water? Part of her head?
Her whole head.
You sure?
Yes.
Okay. And you grabbed her hand and guided her?
Yes.
Today you said that she was fighting with you. Where did you ever say that? Take a look at your deposition. You've never said that before in your written statement or in your deposition that she was fighting with you, right?
I had no problem. I grabbed her and guided her up to the boat. What do you mean, no problem?
It was easy. You had no problem. You took her hand and guided her to the boat, right?
Yes.
Okay. You didn't have to carry her onto the boat, did you?
I did not.
She got up on her own volition, correct?
She did.
And you remember, I think you just testified earlier, that Mr. Alex took a gaff and was threatening Mr. Goldberg?
Yes.
Okay. Because he assumed he was trying to kill Ms. Schwitzky.
Yes.
Alex made that very clear, that he didn't like Mr. Goldberg and yelled at him that he shouldn't be a lawyer, he should be ashamed of himself. Remember that?
I don't remember that, but I remember Alex yelling with the gaff from the boat.
Remember yelling at him that he was an attempted murderer and telling the police that?
I don't remember that, but if, I don't disagree with that either.
Okay, Alex is a loud guy, right?
Pardon?
He's a loud guy. He's a loud and aggressive man, right?
Not usually.
Oh, okay. That day he was, right?
If that's your opinion, I don't,
Was he drinking? Was Alex drinking?
I don't know.
You have no idea.
I don't.
And when Ms. Schwitzky came up to you and asked that she was for help, and she said, "Can I rest here?" Remember her asking you, "Can she rest there?"
Yes.
Okay. And she looked tired and she had labored breathing?
Yes.
You don't know anything about Ms. Schwitzky personally, do you? Like her physical health or mental well-being? You know nothing about her personally?
Absolutely nothing.
Okay. And when you saw Mr. Goldberg in the water, you don't personally know if he was having a hard time swimming, do you?
I do not.
You know how much he had to drink?
No idea.
You know if he ate anything or drank any water that day?
I do not.
And you actually didn't even see him come up. He just got there and all of a sudden he was there.
Yes.
He wasn't splashing around, making noise.
Not that I could see, not that I recall either.
You didn't hear anything?
I didn't.
Okay. You previously said, isn't it true, that Mr. Goldberg had his hands clenched around Ms. Schwitzky's neck?
Objection and proper impeachment?
Isn't that true, sir?
I don't recall, but if it's in the deposition, then I said it.
Well, did you say that or not? If you don't remember, I'll refresh your memory.
Would you?
Sure. Page 30, line 10 through 16 of the deposition of Humphrey.
Line 10 through 16.
Yes, sir. We can read any other parts that help you.
So what I said was, his hands were down underwater. I couldn't say where I said I couldn't say. His hands were clenched together, so I can't speak to where he had her. When you say hands together, what do you mean? Like he was pushing her down or something? It looked like around her neck, is what I said.
Right. So you previously said he had his hands clenched around her neck, right?
Okay.
You agree or disagree you said that?
I agree that I said that.
Okay. Not today, you didn't say that. right?
I didn't say that today. I wasn't asked that today, was I?
Well, you showed the description. You didn't grab the prosecutor around the neck, clenching her neck, did you?
Okay.
Yes or no?
Yeah, that's the shoulder and neck area. Are you making a distinction of the neck versus the upper shoulder?
I'm making a distinction of clenching Ms. Schwitzky's neck. Did you do that as you demonstrated on the prosecutor? Did you clench her neck? Is that your opinion of clenching her neck?
What my opinion is in the deposition.
I'm asking today, when you did that demonstration, were you clenching the assistant prosecutor's neck as you showed the court what you observed?
I don't know how to answer that. That's an opinion of mine, but did I clench her neck?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes or no? Yes, no, or I don't know.
I don't know. I don't know
Okay.
what your opinion of clenching neck is.
All right. Mr. Goldberg was keeping himself afloat above water. For whatever reason why he did this, right? He was keeping himself afloat, right? When this
I
happened.
can't answer that.
Well, did he go under the water?
He did not go into the water.
So he kept himself afloat by doing this, right?
It didn't appear that way to me, but if,
So he didn't keep himself afloat when he grabbed, whatever direction he grabbed or how he grabbed this young lady. He didn't stay above water?
Objection, asked and answered.
so,
Yes or no?
was he above water?
Yes,
as he was
sir.
holding her under?
Yeah.
Is the
Yes.
question.
Yes.
He was above water, yes.
Okay. And he never said anything before or during the time he was doing what he did that you heard. Mr. Goldberg I'm talking about. You don't know if Mr. Goldberg was in distress, do you? Do
No, I didn't.
you have any idea what time Mr. Goldberg and Ms. Schwitzky arrived at Boca Bash?
I do not.
Do you have any training about what swimmers in distress, what they look like and what happens when people can't swim? Have you had any training in that or expertise in that?
Limited.
You never studied that, did you, in school?
In the military.
Okay, for swimmers in distress?
General survival, yes.
Okay, in the water.
Yes.
All right, but how about in terms of people that are swimming in the ocean when they're in distress? Do you have any training in that?
No formal training.
All right. Did you ever see anyone drown personally in the ocean?
Not in the ocean, no.
All right. Did you ever see Mr. Goldberg go to the boat after he left Mr. Alex's boat and grab his backpack before he came back?
Did I ever see, could you repeat that?
Sure. Sorry. So Mr. Goldberg was on Alex's boat when he was being threatened with the gaff, right? Trying to get on, but y'all wouldn't let him on, right?
He didn't come close to the boat at that particular point.
All right, because he wasn't allowed, right?
He wasn't allowed, yes.
So your testimony is he wasn't even touching the boat?
He wasn't touching the boat.
Okay. When he left, before he came back, did you see him with a backpack at any time? Let me ask you that way.
I didn't see him with a backpack.
So when he came back, whether he had a backpack or not, you don't know?
I have absolutely no idea.
Okay. And you don't know if he had a backpack the first time when you saw him?
I do not.
Okay. Isn't it true that the look in Mr. Goldberg's eye when he was grabbing Ms. Schwitzky in any way he did, whatever he did, that was discomforting to you, right? His look in his eye, in Goldberg's eye is what I'm asking.
I don't know.
Okay. Go to page 40, lines 7 to 16, see if that refreshes your memory. The look in Mr. Goldberg's eye.
40, line
7 through 16, please.
7 through 16. Am I on the wrong page here? 40? 40.
Hold on, let me get to where I am. I lost my place. page 40,
Mhm.
line 7 through 16. If it doesn't help you, that's okay. I'm just asking for refreshers.
Okay. It doesn't refresh, I don't.
Simply look at lines 15 and 16.
15.
Maybe that's easier.
Okay.
So you did have some kind of look in his eye that you saw, right?
Seems somewhat deliberate, yeah.
Well, you didn't say deliberate. My question is, he had a look in your eye, his eye, that bothered you, right?
Yes,
Where did you ever say deliberate before today? Did you ever say that in this deposition?
I did not.
Did you ever say that to the police?
I don't remember.
Well, you want to take a look at your written statement?
Well, I didn't put it in my written statement, but I don't remember if I verbally said it.
Okay.
You asked if I verbally said it to the police.
Would you be surprised to learn it's not on the body cam either, or you think that one surprised you?
I don't remember saying it, no.
So 4 years later, now this is deliberate, right?
Okay,
Is that your testimony?
that's my testimony.
Okay. You didn't see any scratch marks on this young lady's neck, right?
Any scratch marks?
Yes, sir. You didn't see any scratch marks on her neck,
I
right?
didn't really investigate it.
Okay. You didn't see any hand marks or prints on her neck, right? And fingerprint marks, right?
Again, I didn't investigate her name.
Well, you were investigating her earlier in the day, right? And watching her pretty carefully.
I don't know what you mean by that.
Well, you were checking her out. She was a hot-looking girl.
But that's not investigating.
Oh, okay. Well, when she was on your boat, your testimony is you weren't looking at her?
I was more concerned with her well-being.
Okay. A girl that possibly was almost drowned intentionally, you don't look to see if there's any marks on her?
I didn't, it's not my job.
All right, let me show you offense exhibit number 1 for identification. See any marks on her?
I don't see any in the picture.
Okay. You didn't see any in person either, did you?
Objection asked and answered.
Okay. And whether Mr. Goldberg grabbed the raft or not, after you took Cherylyn or helped her on the boat or whatever volition she went on the boat, you don't know if he was holding onto that raft, do you?
I do not.
So when Mr. Goldberg swam up and did whatever he did to Ms. Schwitzky, how far was the yacht that y'all were on from Ms. Goldberg?
Feet.
1 foot?
Less than 10, probably more than 3 or 4.
Okay. And when Mr. Goldberg came up, it came up from behind her, obviously, like you said.
Yes.
So Ms. Schwitzky lived a little bit closer to the boat or the yacht that y'all came on than he was.
Yes.
Okay. And it looked like Ms. Schwitzky was basically saying nothing happened, right? He's never done this before, as your testimony earlier, right?
Yes.
Okay, she was. Hold on. 1 minute, Judge. I don't have anything else, thank you.
Any re-representation?
Very brief, Judge. Mr. Paris, you gave a deposition in this case, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember that being in like 2023?
Yes.
Would you agree that that's a little bit closer to the incident date than today?
Yes.
And today, you've had a difficulty describing the facial expressions of the defendant. Would it refresh your recollection to review what you stated in your deposition?
Yes.
Okay, turning your attention to page 44, line 16, if you can read that through line 16 on page 45.
16,
16 to 16, one page, 44 to 45.
44, 45.
Yes, thank you.
Question, okay, so when you
No,
just.
don't read it out
you
loud, I'm
just-
sorry. Just read it to yourself. Thank you.
Sorry.
Okay.
I switched classes. School. Okay.
Great. Has your memory been refreshed?
Sure.
Okay. Can you describe what his facial expressions were when he swam up to Ms. Schwitzky and submerged her underwater?
There's no object to speculation.
I'll hear the answer first before I roll in.
So just for clarification, should I just read from the deposition? or-
No. Did your memory get refreshed by reading your deposition?
Yes.
Okay, so answering from now your refreshed memory,
Seemed
what was
deliberate.
his demeanor?
Deliberate.
Okay. Did he appear? I'm sorry.
I have a rule on the objection, I overruled the objection.
Okay, thank you.
It was elicited in cross-examination.
And did he appear angry?
Seemed to be, yes.
Did he look furious?
Yes.
In that moment, with that expression, you had him as angry and furious. Did you have that expression on his face when you saw him again when he swam back to the boat?
No.
Okay, so his expression was different when he came back.
Yes.
Was he crying when he came back?
I don't remember, but he could have been.
Have you ever described that part when he came back and she's talking to him as a drama?
Yes.
Did it upset you after what you had seen previously to see her talking to him again?
Yes.
That's irrelevance.
Overruled.
Yes.
When he came back, was he allowed on the boat?
He was not.
Was he a danger from what you thought?
From what I thought, yes. I didn't think it was a good idea for the two of them to be together.
Was it your intention that day, only speaking to you obviously, was your intention to have this man arrested for what he did?
It wasn't my intention, no.
Was police action taken after he came back?
Yes.
Brief moment, Judge.
Sure.
Regarding Ms. Schwitzky fighting you when you pulled her out of the water, would it refresh your recollection if you referred to your deposition as to what your answer was?
Okay. Sure.
Read to yourself, page 27, line 23 to line 25.
Page 27, line 23. Okay.
All right. Has your memory been refreshed?
Sure.
Did you testify at your deposition that she was trying to fight you?
Yes.
Did you testify that you thought it was probably because she thought you were Mr. Goldberg?
Yes.
I have nothing else, Judge.
Thank you very much, so you can sit down. Well, that's, I believe that's Mr. Shiner's.
Okay.
Is
And
that-
Judge,
is that
he's,
Mr.
actually, no, I'll take it. You're excused.
All right, how long do y'all need to take for lunch?
5 minutes?
Whatever the court prefers.
I'll take as long, I need to give the courtroom staff a lunch, so 45 minutes enough time for you? Okay, why don't we plan to get back together at, and I can't do that, 1:15, okay? everybody else be seated. Mr. Goldberg, President of Council, we have State President. State your requirement, please.
Yes, Judge.
State calls Rachel Trappcheck.
Rachel Paris. May I spell her last name?
Tarapchek.
Tarapchek.
Rachel.
Gotcha.
She's right outside of me.
How many witnesses do you have for today's case?
Judge, we have 3 additional witnesses that can testify today. I do have an officer that can come. He's about an hour away, so if we want to do a check on the pulse of how things are moving, we can check in and see if he needs to come today.
Okay. We'll check and pulse at the appropriate time.
I'm just trying to get my points across.
You did fine.
I'm cold.
Oh, that's fine too. No worries.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, ma'am. As you put on your way out, please raise your right hand, just swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Once you step on your way out, make sure you speak directly into the microphone. As soon as you go, whenever you and your witness are ready, you can explain.
Thank you, Judge. Ready?
Yep.
State your name and then spell your last name for the record.
My name's Rachel Trappcheck. It's spelled Tarapchak.
And Ms. Trappcheck, where do you currently live?
I currently reside at 1051 Hillsborough, Ohio, Hillsborough Beach.
And what county is that in?
It's in
Is that in
Broward County.
Broward County, okay. And do you have residence anywhere else?
We also have a home in Pennsylvania.
So do you come down to Florida as like a snowbird status?
We became residents about a year ago in Florida.
And who do you currently live with?
My husband,
And who is that?
Alexander,
Same last name?
same months.
So were you on April 24th, 2022, were you in Florida at the time?
Yes,
And do you remember that day?
yes.
And do you remember what you were doing?
We went to Lake Boca for Boca Bash.
Do you remember who you went with to Boca Bash?
Yes, I was with my husband, my sister-in-law Sherry, my brother-in-law at that time, Matt, and a family friend named Lestro.
Matt, is that Matthew Paris?
Yes.
And Sherry, what is her last name?
Her last name then is Paris, but she's back to Trappcheck.
So she used to be married to Matthew Paris?
Yes.
And do you remember what time you went to Lake Boca?
We probably left our dock around 11:30 and got there around 12:15.
And have you ever been to Boca Bash before?
No, that was my first time.
And from your knowledge, what is Boca Bash?
Just hundreds of boats, everybody gets together for that Sunday to hang out and drink and swimming. That's about it.
And how did you get to Boca Bash?
By boat.
And is this your husband's boat?
It's our boat, yes.
Was he the driver of the boat?
Yes.
And on this boat, was there alcohol?
Yes.
What kind of alcohol, if you remember?
Wine, probably seltzers. We have a margarita machine.
Do you recall if there were any liquor on the boat?
Could have been, yeah. If they were they're using the machine. I think my husband was using it.
Judge, I'm sorry. I'm having a hard time hearing her. Apologies.
Can you just pull the microphone a little bit closer to you? They're very touchy, so
Okay. Is that better?
you have to like lean forward to speak into it. There you go.
Sorry.
No, you're okay.
So when you arrived to Lake Boca, did you go to a sandbar?
We weren't on the sandbar, no, we were docked on the outskirts of where all the other smaller boats were, because we arrived later and all the small boats go onto the sandbar. So we were further out in the water.
Okay. And when you arrived there, were there lots of people on boats?
Yes.
Do you remember when you first noticed who you've now known to be Caroline Schwitzky?
Well, they were all on the boat behind ours, so there were a lot of people on the boat, and they were, younger kids, so there was a lot of them, so they were easily noticeable, I guess.
And how are you able to recognize her?
She had a red bathing suit that was pretty noticeable.
Judge, I'm sorry, I didn't hear her response. You could repeat the last part of that.
She had a red bathing suit that was recognizable.
Do you remember having contact with that woman, Schwitzky?
Contact in which manner?
That you spoke to her
After the incident, or?
before the incident. Did she come up to you?
Well, on the side of the boat, yeah.
Okay, so did you recognize Ms. Schwitzky swimming in the water?
No.
Okay, so let's backtrack a little bit. What were you doing on the boat?
I was swimming back to our boat. I was coming around, I was climbing up onto the ladder in the back.
Okay, and while you were climbing up on the ladder, is that when you recognized Ms. Schwitzky?
Well, she was yelling to me, I can't swim anymore, can you throw me a floaty? Because she saw that I had one that I was putting onto the boat.
Okay. Okay, so I just showed defense counsel on state's pre-mark exhibit 3. Can I approach the witness, judge?
You may.
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes,
Okay, and on that photo, is that the boat that you were on?
yes,
Okay, so is that a fair and accurate representation of when you guys were out on Boca Bash that day?
yes.
Okay, so all I want you to do is just circle where you are, and you can put a letter R. Or the general area of where you are.
Maybe that's me, release, it's Sherry. I don't know that I am in this photo, to be honest.
It could be the general area.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, and then from your recollection, where was Caroline Schwitzky? You can put like a letter C of where she was.
Are you talking about in the water or this
In the
photo?
water.
Should be right there.
Okay, you can put a C.
Okay.
State moves into evidence, State's Exhibit 3.
Any legal objections, states to the number 3?
No, but can I see the markings on there, Judge?
Sure, why don't you
Do you
show
want to
us?
see where I was in the water or where I was?
So that they also have a
No,
conversation.
you circle.
Object.
She's clarifying what she was being asked to do.
Yeah, I didn't know if she wanted me to put where I was when I saw her in the water or where I was.
It's when
in
you
the
saw
picture.
her in the water, where
Okay,
were you?
So I was here.
Okay.
Can you just show this,
Yes.
Mr. Shiner, and I can get his position, and you can certainly approach her again if you need to.
Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Any legal objections, states exhibit number 3?
No, sir.
You received an evidence without objection, states exhibit number 3?
Publish.
You may.
Okay, so when you first noticed Ms. Schwitzky, how was she swimming?
Not great.
And describe what not great.
Well, she asked me for help. She asked me to throw her a floaty that she said she couldn't swim anymore.
Did she seem out of breath?
Yes,
Distressed?
yes.
Okay, so so she asked you for the floaty, excuse me, and did you give her that floaty?
Yeah, I threw it to her.
Okay. And from what you remember, was she able to get that floaty?
She grabbed it for a second, but she wasn't able to put herself onto it
And why not?
because the defendant came up behind her and put her under the water.
Okay. And did you see Mr. Goldberg swimming up to her?
Yes,
Okay. Do you see Mr. Goldberg here today?
yes.
Okay, just point him out and describe what he's wearing.
Judge, we'll agree this is Mr. Goldberg.
The record will, you can point him out and identify an article float.
Just describe what he's wearing, point him.
A suit and tie.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness positively identified Mr. Goldberg.
The record shall still reflect.
Okay, so you saw him swim up from behind to Ms. Schwitzky. What happened next?
He proceeded to put his hands around her, on her shoulders and her neck, and push her under the water.
Okay, would you be able to demonstrate how he put his hands on her?
Yes.
Okay.
Just again, they're gonna ask you to sit down and demonstrate it. Just if you're gonna say anything, make sure that you're speaking into the microphone.
Okay, Ms. Trappcheck, you can step down, just be careful. And just demonstrate at Ms. Suarez how Mr. Goldberg had his hands on Ms. Schwitzky.
So he was just pushed her down like that. Like that.
So, and he was pushing her down?
Yeah, he pushed
Okay.
her under the water.
So, just to describe, the thumbs are on her back, on Ms. Suarez's back, and the fingers are on the clavicle area.
Yes, but again, I couldn't see the
You
back.
can speak in the microphone if they're gonna call.
All right, I could only see from where you're standing, but
Okay.
from what I could see, his hands were like that, pushing her under the
Okay,
water.
he was pushing down.
Yes.
Okay, you can step back onto the witness stand. When Mr. Goldberg was doing this, how did he look?
Focused, intent, just kind of like, not really, we were all yelling and he just wasn't really responding. He just kept holding her under.
Do you remember how long she was underwater for?
I mean, my perception was it was probably between 10 to 15 seconds.
Do you remember if Mr. Goldberg said anything while this was happening?
No, he didn't say anything.
And did Mr. Goldberg look angry while this was happening?
Yeah, he looked angry, like just like focused and intent on what he was doing, I would say would be the description.
Now, when Mr. Goldberg was swimming towards Ms. Schwitzky, did it look like he was having trouble swimming?
No.
Was he like flailing his arms as if he needed to keep himself above water?
No.
Did he have a backpack on by any chance?
I didn't notice the back.
Did you notice anybody else in the water when this was happening?
With them?
Yes.
No.
Did Mr. Goldberg ask you for a floaty?
No, he didn't.
Was Mr. Matthew Paris also in the water?
Yes.
Okay. And what did he do when this was happening?
Well, Matt was behind them, and as it was happening, we didn't really know what was happening. We realized that something was wrong, so we just all kind of, well, me, my husband, and Matt, like looked at each other and knew that she wasn't coming up, and they had to do something. So Matt went and grabbed her from under him and got her loose.
Did it look like Ms. Schwitzky was trying to fight off Mr. Paris?
Fight under the water?
Right.
I didn't. It all just happened so quickly. She was under, he was holding her, and then we realized Matt just kind of grabbed her and took her up.
Did Ms. Schwitzky eventually get on your boat?
Yes.
Okay. And how was she behaving?
Well, she was coughing, she was crying, she was shaking a lot. I mean, she was very upset.
When Ms. Schwitzky was on your boat, where was Mr. Goldberg?
At that point, he was still in the water next to the boat.
Did he try to get on your boat?
At that point, no. That's when my husband got the boat hook and told him to stay away.
So he wasn't trying to get on your boat, but was he trying to go after Ms. Schwitzky?
No.
Okay. So your husband then took the boat hook?
Yeah.
Okay. And was your husband also there with you? Did you see what happened?
Yes, he was on the boat.
Okay. What was your husband's demeanor at that point?
Upset.
Do you recall what he said to Mr. Goldberg in the water?
He told him to get away from our boat, to get away from her. And he said, Mr. Goldberg said, "That's my girl." And Alex said, "Well, I don't care if it's your girl or not, you're not gonna drown her." And then he swam away.
Do you remember if Mr. Goldberg said anything back to him, to your husband?
I don't remember if he said anything back.
Okay, and did Mr. Goldberg eventually leave?
Yes.
Okay, and where did he go?
I don't know.
Did
It
he,
appeared like he swam, obviously he swam away, but I don't know where he went.
did he get on your boat at any time after that?
He came back, probably 10, 15 minutes later.
And where was he on your boat?
He was on the swim, like hanging on the swim platform, talking to Caroline.
And what were you doing on the boat at that time?
Just, I got her water, I got her a towel. We were just trying to figure out her situation, what we were gonna do with her. Just trying to figure things out. Everything was not how we wanted the day to go, I guess.
Do you remember how Mr. Goldberg was acting the second time he came back around?
He appeared to be crying, upset. He was talking to Caroline and she was talking to him.
And was this behavior different from when the first encounter happened?
Yes.
And do you remember if Mr. Goldberg say anything to your husband at that time?
No, I don't think they had words. Other than he told him to get away from the boat. Yeah, he told him to get away from the boat.
And did you call 911?
No, I personally did it.
How were the police involved?
They were on the lake that day, so I think somebody must have waved them over. Either Matt or Alex, I don't know who did.
Okay. And when they arrived, did you give them a statement?
Yes, they had statements.
When Mr. Goldberg had his hands on Ms. Schwitzky, did it look like he applied force?
Yes.
And when that happened, did Mr. Goldberg try to grab Ms. Schwitzky again?
Grab her again?
After that happened, correct?
Well, she was just under the water. So what do you mean by grab her again?
So after he pushed her underwater, held her there, and Matt took her away, did he try to grab her again?
I didn't see that.
No further questions.
Prosecution.
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Well,
So this young man comes up in the middle of Lake Boca with hundreds of people around and tries to drown this young lady right in front of you. That's your testimony?
yes.
Do you believe that?
I don't have to believe it. I saw it happen.
Okay, that's what you saw.
Yes, that's what I saw.
All right, let's talk about that. So on this particular day, you go to Boca Bash, right? Everyone there is basically having fun. It's one big party, right? Yes?
Yes.
Lots of music going on.
Yeah, it was the end of the day when this happened, so things were much calmer then.
Right, but during the day, lots of boats are there, music, right?
Yes,
Partying,
yes,
dancing, a lot of young people dancing,
yes,
in and out of the water.
yes,
Okay. Are you familiar with Lake Boca?
yes,
It could be dangerous when the channel is flowing pretty fast, right?
yes.
And this time of day, do you know if it was high tide, low tide, do you know?
No, I don't know the tide chart that day.
Do you know if Cherylyn Schwitzky's ever been to Lake Boca before?
I don't know anything about her.
Okay, first time you ever seen her?
Yes,
All right. This was your first time at Boca Bash?
it was.
You want to, I don't know, tell you, you're a lot younger than me, but most of the people are younger than you?
Yes, I'm 44, so most people there are in their 20s.
Okay. And on your boat, there was also, beside the four of you, there was someone named Nick Kudrow?
Yes,
And who's that?
he's a family friend.
Okay. And he's an adult, right?
Yes,
And how about, wasn't there two other people that you came with that were on a boat tied up to yours?
yeah, Kyle Green and Lily Green. But they
I
had
can't hear
left,
you.
Kyle Green and Lily Green, but they had left probably an hour before this.
So they definitely were not there?
No,
Okay. And you told the prosecutor on direct examination there was wine, seltzers, margarita machine, and there could have been hard alcohol on the boat, right?
yes,
Your boat,
my vote.
okay? And the reason you noticed the red bathing suit is because it was kind of revealing, to say the least?
Well, most of the girls have revealed bathing suits at Lake Boca.
Okay.
But, yeah, I mean,
But you noticed Carolyn's bathing suit.
yes.
All right. Why did you previously say there was no liquor bottles on the boat?
I didn't know if they were, we have them down in the cabin, but I don't know if they were out on the counter or where they were when this happened.
Let me show you some pictures. I'll show you defense number 6 for identification, defense number 9 for identification, defense exhibit number 7 for identification. The first one's number 6, is that? You recognize that picture?
Yes.
And is that a picture of part of your boat showing the liquor bottles?
Yep.
And they were out in the open, right?
Yes.
And the other exhibit, what's the next one, is it 7?
Yes.
What do you see in 7?
Same thing, a margarita machine and alcohol.
All right, not seltzer, I mean, these are hard liquors, right? Like rum and tequila?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
And the next picture is number 9, what do you see on that?
It's the same items.
All right, that's what offers 6, 7, and 9 into evidence.
Any legal objection to defense 6, 9, and 7, 6, 7, and 9?
No.
Proceeding to evidence without objection as defense exhibits number 6, 7, and 9.
Previously, when you gave your deposition under oath, you said there was no liquor bottles, right?
Yes, I did.
Why did you say that?
I don't know why I said
Okay.
that.
You never called 911, right?
No.
You had a phone, correct?
Yes, I had a phone.
Okay. And you could have easily, if you thought somebody was trying to murder somebody, you could have easily called the police, right?
I could have, yes.
That would be a prudent thing to do, right?
Well, like I said, we were waiting to see what she wanted to do.
Okay.
I wasn't the victim.
All right, so,
So we were waiting to see what we should do.
okay, so you thought that was the right thing to do, to see what she was gonna do,
Well,
right?
It happened to her, yes.
Okay, so that's why you didn't call 911, right?
It's not, I just really didn't want to get involved in what was happening.
Okay. But your phone worked, you could have easily dialed the police if you wanted to, right? If it was an emergency.
Well, yes, but we
Yes or no?
Well, Matt took her out of the water, and made it, got her safe, so,
Okay, well, you didn't call paramedics, did you?
no,
Could have done that as well, right?
yes.
Okay. So from the time you explained what you observed till the time Mr. Goldberg came back, would that have been about 20 minutes?
Maybe 10 minutes?
Good. Let me show you your deposition. Do you have a copy with you?
No.
Have you had a chance to review it?
Yes, I reviewed it.
I'll show it to you. Go to page 11, around line 12, right in that area, if you can read that to yourself.
So I said between.
No, read it to yourself.
Okay,
That refresh your memory?
yes.
It was more than 10 minutes, right?
I said 15 to 20 minutes.
All right. You stand by that?
Yeah, I mean, it's all, you know, I didn't look at my watch the whole time.
Oh, of course.
So it was all estimated
Of
time.
course. Okay. All the times obviously are estimated, right?
Yes,
Okay. So whether it was 10 minutes, 20 minutes, it was somewhere in that range?
yes,
Okay. And nobody from any boats, as far as you could tell, you didn't see the police coming up during that time period, right? Nobody called as far as you could tell?
not that I can tell, no.
Did you see a lot of Boca police on the water?
Yes, that's why they came over quickly when we finally did wave them over.
Sure. There was sheriffs, Boca, Florida Fish and Wildlife, all kinds of agencies, right?
Yes,
Where your boat was parked, how long is your boat? What's the size?
38 feet.
Okay. And you dock it in the water off of Hillsborough?
Yes,
Okay. You kept that boat in deep water, right?
yes,
Far away from everybody in Boca Bash,
yes.
because you didn't want to get caught on the sandbar area.
Well, like I said, we arrived late, so the only spaces were on the perimeter.
Okay. And you guys are swimming back and forth
Yes,
with flotation devices?
yes,
Okay. And when you saw this young lady, this woman swimming, she was in distress, right?
yes, she was.
Sorry?
Yes, she was,
And it was about 8 to 10 feet of water, in your opinion?
in my opinion, yes,
Definitely over an average person's height.
yes.
Okay. You never saw Cole Goldberg before that day, right?
No,
You know anything about him?
no, I don't.
You know how much he was drinking that day?
No,
You know how much Caroline was drinking?
no.
You know if they had any food that day?
I don't know anything about what happened to them prior to this.
And when you first observed this, you didn't even know they were in a relationship. You had no way of knowing that, right?
No,
And isn't it true you described Goldberg as having his eyes were completely wide open and while he was pushing her down?
yes,
You're not a trained lifeguard, are you?
no,
Or a medical doctor?
no.
You don't know what that means, do you? You personally?
To have your eyes wide open? No.
Yeah.
I just said it, he looked focused.
Okay, well, you know if he was panicking or if he was in distress?
He didn't seem to be.
Okay, what are signs of someone who can't swim properly? Can you tell the court what those signs look like to you?
Well, you said I'm not a lifeguard, so I don't know if I can.
Did you ever see anyone drown?
No, I've never seen anybody drowned in front of me, no.
Okay.
But
And we'll talk about whether he was in distress in a minute. Let me ask you some more questions. So it's your testimony, you're the one who threw Ms. Schwitzky the life raft, right?
yes,
So she never grabbed onto your husband or your ex-husband's life raft at the time, right?
you mean my ex-brother-in-law in the water?
Oh, ex-brother-in-law, I apologize, sorry.
I don't think Matt had a floaty.
All right, you're the one who threw the floaty.
Yes,
Okay. So it definitely was yours as the one she tried to grab onto.
yes,
Okay. climbing the ladder affected this? Do you have any idea what that is?
No.
Did Mr. Goldberg stay above water when he did the action he described he did to Ms. Schwitzky?
Yes, he was above water.
And the estimate you said 10 to 15 seconds she was under, is that just an estimate or is that accurate or is it hard to say?
It seemed to me like that was the correct amount of time, but
Okay.
like I said, it was.
Did you see where Ms. Schwitzky came from or how far she was swimming before she got to your boat?
No.
Did you ever see a phone in her hand?
No.
Never?
In the water. No, I didn't see her with the phone at all.
How about while she was on your boat?
I don't remember seeing her with the phone.
Huh? Thank you. I know, I handed you defense exhibit number 12. I know you can't see the face. Does that look like Cherylyn Schwitzky's body and bathing suit?
Yes.
Can you see a phone in that picture?
I do.
All right. You've never seen that before?
No.
So would you be surprised to know she had a phone on your boat?
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see it, so.
All right. All right. Defense would offer number 12 into evidence.
Any legal objection to defense exhibit number 12?
No objection.
Received in evidence without objection to defense exhibit number 12.
Isn't it true that you offered Cole Goldberg the same kind of float because he was having a hard time swimming as well, just like Ms. Schwitzky?
I did throw another one because I thought together that they were swimming out to the boat behind us, or swimming out, and that he might need one too. So I did throw him one.
So my question is, not did you throw it, I know you threw it, you agree on that.
Yes.
And the reason you threw it, because he was having a hard time swimming also.
No, he wasn't having a hard time swimming.
All right, go to page 23, lines 23 to 25 of your deposition, and read that to yourself, please.
I'm sorry, what page was that?
Page 23. Lines 23 to 25.
I said he was acting like he was.
I'm asking to read that to yourself, ma'am.
Okay.
So you got a chance to read that?
Yes.
Isn't it true when you were asked the question, you said, and then I actually offered him a floaty because he was acting like he was having a hard time swimming too. And then I threw another one. And then you went on, kept talking. Didn't you make that statement on the roof during your sworn deposition?
Yeah, and I ended it with, then he jumped on her.
Right, because you thought he was having a hard time swimming. You disagree
No,
with
he
me?
didn't, well, he didn't jump on her because he was having a hard time swimming.
All right, those are your words, isn't that true? When you gave this sworn deposition,
Yes.
let me finish my question, on February 15, 2023, under oath, you said Mr. Goldberg was having a hard time swimming, correct?
Yes.
Was that true or not true?
At the moment, I thought that he was having a hard time because they were both acting strange. So I thought that he needed help too.
Okay,
She was asked for help first.
so you agree he was having a hard time swimming, you agree with that?
I did, and that was my initial thing. I thought he was having a hard time.
Well, you're in court today under oath, do you agree with it today?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And you would agree, he looked like he was out of breath, and they both looked like they were laboring while swimming. Isn't that true, ma'am?
Yes.
So Not just Carolyn Schwitzky, Cole Goldberg was laboring. He was having a hard time breathing, he was out of breath when you threw him that life preserver.
Yes, but I also clarified why I thought that.
Well, go to page 24. Read your deposition on page 24. Read the whole page.
Said he just looked like he was maybe out of breath from swimming, trying to get her.
Right, but he was out of breath, right? Well, whatever reason he was out of breath for, you don't know. You don't know personally, do you?
No,
You're not God, are you?
no, I'm not God.
You don't know what was in this young man's head, do you?
No,
Could have been trying to get her, could have been having trouble swimming, right?
I don't know.
Well, you said he was out of breath, not me, right?
Objection argumentative.
It is sustained.
You agree he was laboring also as he was trying to swim.
Yes, but as I said, I clarified that he wasn't on top of her, using her as a floating device,
How do you know?
because he was treading water.
So what was he supposed to do? Sink as well and die?
Objection argumentative.
Sustained.
What should he have done but tread water if somebody's trying to stay afloat? How else would you stay afloat if you're not treading water?
Objection
He wasn't
argumentative.
afloat, he was floating.
Roll. She's answered.
When Carolyn Schwitzky came up to you, she wasn't yelling, she was very calm, right?
She was yelling, like, to get my attention, not like screaming, but saying, can I have a floaty? I can't swim anymore.
Was she yelling or not yelling?
I may have said yelling, but, you know, when you're across the water, people use a louder voice, but she wasn't screaming at the top of her
I'm
lungs.
just asking if she was yelling, that's all.
I guess in between yelling and speaking loudly.
Well, look at your deposition on page 25, read that to yourself. Lines 7 through 15. Wasn't yelling, correct? Got refresh your memory that she was not yelling? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You don't know what was going on in her mind, right?
No.
You don't know if she's an actress, do you?
No.
You don't know her age?
No.
You don't know anything about her?
No. Not at this point, no.
Nothing, right?
No.
Okay. And it was your impression from Ms. Schwitzky that she was trying to swim across the lake, right?
That's what she told us when she got on.
Can't even do that. It's not possible, is it?
She said that the people that she was on the boat with told her to do that.
Oh, but you know you can't do that, right?
Well, I know that, but I'm
Right.
not Caroline, so.
Right, but you know that would be not a very smart thing to do. It would be very dangerous, right?
Yes.
You can't imagine why anyone would even want to try to do that, right?
No.
You disagree with that?
I can't imagine why anyone would want to do that.
Okay. You don't know if he grabbed her back, do you?
Grabbed her back?
Yes, when he grabbed her and she went on the way you described earlier, you don't know if he grabbed her back, do you?
No, I could not see her back.
So he may have even grabbed the back, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He may have grabbed her back, not just the way you described it. He may have actually grabbed her back and pushed her down.
I saw his hands around her neck and on her shoulders, so that's all I could see with front part.
So do you disagree? You can't say whether he grabbed her back or not?
I can't say whether he grabbed her back or not.
Okay.
You didn't see his arms or hands rather around her neck, did you?
I showed what I saw earlier.
My question is choking her around her neck. Did you see that? Two hands choking around where her Adam's apple would be, or my Adam's apple. Right?
Well, she was underwater at that point, so I don't know where his hands were.
You did not see him choking her around the neck, did you, ma'am? Yes or no?
I saw him, as I described, as I showed you earlier, go like this and then put her under the water, so I don't know where his hands were at that point.
Well, you saw her. Was he strangling her?
Objection, asked and answered.
She was under the water, so
Sustained.
maybe he was, I don't know.
Sustained.
Did he have her mouth covered?
Like I said, she was under the water, I couldn't see her.
Did he have her nose pinched?
She was under the water for 10 to 15 seconds.
So you don't know?
No, I don't know.
Okay. Is it possible that he grabbed her head and pushed her down?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Well, you don't know if he grabbed her head, do you?
Objection, speculation.
Sustained. And Rebecca, we've asked the same question several times.
And when Carolyn got on your boat, she was immediately, you all tried to tell her he tried to drown you, and she said he's never done anything like that, right?
Yes.
When Mr. Goldberg came back the second time, did you see him swim to a boat and go on the boat and grab his backpack?
No, I didn't see that.
So you don't know if he had a backpack on the first or second time, or at all?
I don't remember anything about a backpack.
Okay. You didn't see any marks around Miss Schwitzky's neck, did you?
No,
You didn't see any bruising on her shoulder, did you, ma'am?
no,
No injuries to her upper chest?
no,
No injuries to Miss Schwitzky's face at all, right?
I didn't see anything.
And nothing in her neck or throat area, no injuries?
No,
And the bruises that were in her arm, isn't it true that they did not look fresh to you, that they were brown?
yeah, they look brown,
Not fresh, right?
not fresh.
One moment, Your Honor. Okay, thank you very much.
Any reader?
You've never seen someone, or scratch that. Would you expect to see injuries from someone who is drowning?
Objection, speculation.
No, I wouldn't.
It is speculation. Sustained.
Do you, remember giving a deposition where you said that the defendant was also jealous and insecure of Ms. Schwitzky?
Judge, I can't hear the question, I'm sorry. I'm having trouble hearing her.
I'll repeat it. So, do you remember giving a deposition where you said that the defendant was also jealous and insecure of Ms. Schwitzky?
That's what she had.
Judge, I object, it's hearsay, move to strike.
How is it not hearsay?
Well, I'll move on. Did you give the floaty as a precaution that the defendant may have been having trouble swimming?
Yes,
Did you or anyone else, if you know, gave Ms. Schwitzky a phone to call for help?
no,
And did Mr. Goldberg, the first time around, look angry when this happened?
yes,
And the second time when you saw him, was he crying?
yes,
Did he seem apologetic?
yes.
Nothing further.
Thank you very much. You can sit down. State your recall your statements.
State called Cherylyn Paris, or Trappcheck.
I got you. And just basically raise your right hand, just right.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
All right, so watch your step on your way, and make sure you speak directly into the microphone. State whenever you and your ready to swear.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Could you please state your name and spell your last name for us?
Cherylyn Paris, Paris.
And is it, where do you work?
I have my own business in Pennsylvania.
Okay. And do you primarily live in Pennsylvania?
Not any longer.
Okay. Where do you live now?
Pompano Beach.
Okay. And when, in 2022, did you happen to have a residence in Florida still?
Yes.
Okay. And were you living in Pennsylvania and kind of doing the back and forth? And as far as 2022, were you married to someone by the name of Matthew Paris?
Yes.
Okay. And do you know someone by the name of Alexander Trappcheck?
Yes.
Okay. Did I say that right?
Okay. Well, close enough.
Close enough, all right. And who is that to you?
My brother.
Okay. Is he married?
Yes.
What's his wife's name?
Rachel.
And do the Trappchecks live in Pennsylvania as well?
Yes.
Do they also do the back and forth between Pennsylvania and Florida?
They do.
And they have a residence in Florida as well?
Yes.
Do either you or the Trappchecks own a boat?
My brother.
And where is that boat located?
Hillsborough Mile.
Okay. So here in Florida?
Yes.
In 2022, did you find yourself here in Florida in April?
Yes.
Okay. April 24th, 2022, did you attend an event that was called Boca Bash?
Yes.
Had you ever attended that before?
No.
Can you describe what you believe Boca Bash is?
I guess a bunch of boats tying off and people drinking.
Enjoying the water?
Yes.
Around what time do you think you guys arrived?
I'm gonna say around 1 or 2 in the afternoon.
Okay, and just to be clear, who was with you that day at Boca Bash?
My brother, his wife, and a family friend's son.
Okay, was your husband there?
He was.
Your then husband?
Yes.
Were you on your brother's boat?
Yes.
Did you guys take the boat to get there?
Yes.
Did you drink that day?
No.
Do you drink?
I do occasionally.
Okay. Did you go into the water?
I did.
In the area where the boat was specifically anchored, do you know how deep it was?
No.
Did it feel deep or shallow to you, if you can remember?
Deeper.
Was there a sandbar nearby?
Close enough, maybe.
How long do you think it would take to swim from the boat to the sandbar, if you remember?
5 minutes, 4 minutes.
How many people would you estimate were at Boca Bash?
100 people.
And were there boats nearby your boat where you guys tied up?
We weren't tied up, no.
Okay. Were there any boats surrounding you at all?
Yeah, and a little bit of a distance, not right next to us.
Okay. And did you notice that day, permission to retrieve states too? Now showing you states two. Did you see a woman that looked like this on April 24th, 2022?
Yes.
Could you tell me the first time you noticed her?
When she swam up to our boat.
Okay, and where were you specifically when she swam up to your boat?
I was on the back of the boat.
Okay, were you on the boat?
Yes.
And is there a platform on this boat?
Yes.
Okay. So were you on the platform or were you just at the back of the boat?
Just the back of the boat.
Okay. Where was Mr. Paris?
He was in the water.
Where was Rachel Trappcheck?
She was on the back of the boat as well.
Kind of where you were?
A little bit closer to the water than me.
Okay, so like on-ish the platform?
Yeah.
And Alexander Trappcheck, where was he?
I recall where he was. On the back of the boat too, I think.
Okay. show you what's been pre-marked for ID purposes as stage 4. Ms. Paris, do you recognize that photo or what's in that photo?
Yes.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate representation of kind of the atmosphere of what was happening on April 24th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate depiction of your brother's boat?
Yes.
Okay, at this time, state would move states 4 into evidence as states 4.
Any legal objection states excluded number 4.
No, sir.
Receiving an evidence without objection states excluded number 4.
I'm not showing, I'm gonna give you a pen. If you can put a C for where the young woman with the red bathing suit was
Okay.
when you first saw her.
Oh, I never saw her. Okay.
If you wanna just scratch out what you just put and then
Yeah,
the C.
sorry.
And then an M for where you believe Mr. Paris was. And an S for where you were. As best as you can. Thank you. Permission to publish? So you indicated that Mr. Paris was in the water when she swam up. Was she alone when she first swam up? What was her demeanor, if you can remember?
She just looked tired, like she was swimming.
And how far would you estimate, understanding where she was and you were, in relation to how far apart you both were? How far apart were you?
Maybe 20 feet.
Did it appear as though she was having a hard time swimming?
She said she was.
Okay. And do you recall at that time whether your husband at the time had a floaty with him?
I believe he did.
Did you see the interaction, if any, that took place between her and Mr. Paris in the water?
Yeah, she just asked if she could hang on to the floaty for a second.
Okay, and how long would you estimate you guys were speaking to her before anything happened?
Gosh, it's hard to say. 30 seconds, a minute.
So not long.
Not long.
What happens after you guys are speaking for about 30 seconds to a minute?
I just saw a man swim up with her, or after her, I'm not sure.
Okay, so you saw a man swim up. Had you seen him before that minute?
No,
Okay, so were they swimming side by side?
no.
Okay, so which direction was he swimming at her from? Like, where was she facing, where was he facing? From behind her. And as far as how he was swimming up, do you remember how he was swimming up?
No, not really.
Did he kind of come out of nowhere?
It felt like that, yeah.
So is it safe to say you hadn't noticed him prior to him kind of just being right there?
No,
Okay. Had you ever seen him before?
no.
What did he do?
He was holding her underwater.
Okay, so kind of break that down. How did he come about holding her?
Gosh, I don't remember, to be perfectly honest with you.
Okay, can you remember how he grabbed her?
No.
Okay, so when you say he was holding her underwater, was she fully submerged?
Yes,
Was he above water?
I believe so.
Okay, how long would you estimate he had her underwater?
10 seconds, maybe.
Did this appear like somebody struggling to swim, kind of dunking you underwater to get like a breath out, or did it appear like something else?
Objection, speculation. Lack of a,
Sustained objection.
I just
You
remember.
can't answer, hold on. I'm gonna ask another question. What did Did he have any facial expressions that you noted?
No.
Did he appear tense or relaxed?
Tense.
What did you first think was happening?
I wasn't sure, I just remember.
Objection, speculation. What's your thought?
She indicated she wasn't sure. So, overruled.
I just thought that she was under the water for a long time, abnormal.
Did you direct your husband to do something?
I did,
And why did you do that?
because she was under the water for a bit of time.
Did you think that she needed to be saved?
Yes, I did.
Did you notice whether the defendant was breathing heavily?
No,
No, you didn't notice, or no, he
I
wasn't?
didn't notice.
Okay. What was the victim, the woman in the red bathing suit's reaction when you pulled her out?
She seemed scared.
What was his reaction after she was pulled out?
I don't remember.
How did she get out from under the water?
My ex-husband pulled her out.
Did anybody have to threaten him
Threatened him in what way?
to stay away? Anybody have to intervene after she was pulled out of the water?
I don't 100% remember, but I believe maybe he was climbing onto the boat and then asked not to, but not threatened, I don't believe.
Did, as far as like that part goes, and he was trying to get on the boat is what you said, and he was told not to, did he remain in that area after that?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you know if anybody alerted the police?
I believe so, yes, we all did, I think. I think there were several, even people in the boat next to us, I think.
So how, at what point were the police notified, do you remember?
No.
Okay. Did the defendant swim away at any point?
Yes,
He did. At what point did he swim away?
I'm not sure.
Did he swim away before she was submerged in the water, after she submerged in the water, after the police were called, before the police were called?
After she was submerged in the water.
Okay, so after she's submerged in the water, there's something that happens that he swims away?
Yes.
Does he ever come back?
Yes.
Okay. Was it at that point that the police are notified?
I think so.
Okay. Do you remember if the police were notified if he was already gone?
I don't remember, honestly.
Okay. Did you give a statement to the police?
I did.
Okay. Do you remember if everyone on your boat did as well?
Yes.
How would you describe your brother's personality?
My brother's personality?
Yes, Mr. Trappcheck. Alexander.
I don't know, there's a description, I don't know what you're asking. It's like,
What kind of personality does he have? Is he an aggressive person? Is he a loud person? Is he a quieter person?
I think he's a more quiet person.
Okay. Have you ever seen him mad?
Not violently mad, no.
Have you or his sister? Have you ever seen him get mad? Upset?
Yes, yeah, of
Okay.
course.
Not violent, but maybe upset.
Right, yeah.
Okay. And how would you describe your brother's kind of demeanor after this whole thing happened?
I think we were all a little shaken up over it.
And is it in his personality to be yelling and screaming?
No.
Okay. And safe to say you've known him your whole life?
Yeah.
Okay. And safe to say that's more than 20, 25 years?
Yes.
Okay. Can I have one moment, Jen?
Sure.
All right, so I think you've kind of made it clear that it's been a while and you haven't remembered things. Would refreshing your recollection regarding the swimming and entering the boat and things. Would it refresh your recollection to read your deposition that you gave?
Sure.
Okay, so I'm gonna refer you to the page. You're not gonna read out loud. You're just gonna read the page.
Okay.
And then you're gonna read those 2 pages and you're gonna look up, okay? And then I'll ask you some questions. So it's page 36. Do you still have the depo in front of you?
I don't.
Okay.
Here, you want this one?
Oh. 36 and 37. So page 36 and 37. All right, so you've looked up. Reading those 2 pages, has your memory been refreshed on a few of the topics we've been trying to talk about?
Yes.
Okay. So to begin, when Ms. Schwitzky is pulled out of the water by Mr. Paris, is anybody threatening Mr. Goldberg at that time?
My brother.
Okay. And at that point, does the defendant swim away?
Yes.
Okay. Does he ever return?
Yes.
And how long would you estimate that was between him leaving and coming back? Estimate.
Maybe 10, 15 minutes.
Okay.
You should need to make sure you speak directly in the microphone, because it's a little hard to hear you.
I'm sorry, maybe 10 or 15 minutes.
Thank you.
And as far as law enforcement involvement, when does that occur?
After he came back, maybe 10 or 15 minutes after that.
Okay. And as far as when he returns back, does he get on the boat?
No.
Okay, so he's kind of at the edge of the boat,
Yeah.
holding on?
On the side.
Okay, and does the victim walk up to him and kind of start talking to him?
Yeah, she was kneeling down.
Okay, was that kind of jarring to see after everything?
Yeah, a little bit.
Did that upset your husband at the time?
I think he said something to her. Yeah, I'm not sure what.
And do you remember if the defendant responded back to your brother making a threat, to kind of stay away?
If the defendant did?
Yes, if the man that had submerged her underwater, do you remember if he said anything?
No.
Okay. Nothing further, Judge.
Cross-examination?
Yep. Good afternoon. So this young man, after he does what he does, he just comes back 10, 15 minutes later and tries to talk to this lady that you never met before.
Yes.
And she kneels down and they're talking together, right?
Yes.
And she's still on the boat and he's holding on to the boat.
Right.
And when the police finally get there, there's no arguing or fighting, right?
No.
They're getting along. I think the prosecutor used some word, I don't recall what she said, but like you're surprised or something like that, the way they were acting. That was kind of surprising to you, right?
Yes.
All right, because you thought Mr. Goldberg did something intentional, right?
Yes.
Okay? And this lady was acting, Ms. Schwitzky was acting like no big deal. Maybe it wasn't intentional, right?
Right.
You don't
don't know what time Mr. Goldberg started drinking, do you?
No. I don't even know that he was drinking.
Right? You have no idea if he ate that day, right? How many hours he was in the water, right?
No.
And you know what effect drinking would have on somebody swimming?
I imagine it wouldn't be good.
Sure. How about the tide? You know anything about the tides over there?
I'm not aware.
How about the channel? You know anything about that?
Well, the water comes in and it goes out quickly, yeah.
All right. And sometimes it can be hard to swim in that area?
Yes,
Well, could be dangerous, actually.
it could be.
Get hit by a boat maybe, right?
Yes,
Were there jet skis out there as well?
I'm sure. I don't remember.
All kind of moving objects, right?
Yes,
Are the police, a lot of police officers at this event?
I don't know.
You've never been there before? It's the first time?
It's the first time.
You remember seeing Boca PD, how many sheriff's office boats, fish and wildlife boats? You remember seeing all these police officers there?
Yes.
Okay. You never dialed 911, right?
I don't recall if I did or not.
Well, do you think you did?
I don't recall.
Would you be surprised there's no 911 calls from anyone in this case, or no?
I believe there was 911 calls for sure, yes.
From who?
I don't know. My sister-in-law and myself.
Well, it wasn't from you. Who would it have been from, do you know?
My sister-in-law, the boat next to us.
Did you see them calling, or just assuming they called?
I know that they were called because they came over.
All right. And so you believe the reason the police came there was because there was an actual dial from somebody's phone to 911. That's your belief?
Yes.
Okay. Did you see anyone on the boat you were on wave the police down?
Yes, I think so. I don't really recall.
No? Okay. And until Mr. Goldberg came back 15, 20 minutes later, the police were never there, and they were never called, right?
I don't recall.
Police weren't there until he came back the second time, right?
Again, I don't really recall.
All right, let me ask you this one. When this lady came on your boat, did you call the police and say something just happened? I want to report an attempted murder?
I don't recall.
All right, well, show me in the deposition where you said that or in your sworn statement. Anywhere?
Objection, Austin.
I think I did say that actually.
Well, you can use it to refresh your memory.
What page? What remind me?
No page, you didn't do it. You never said that.
No, I never said it called, no.
Okay,
I said I didn't recall calling.
okay. Well, if it was such an emergency, you could have called the police, right?
Objection, Austin answered.
Sustained.
You didn't call for paramedics, correct?
No,
So the lady wasn't injured at all, right?
no,
You didn't see her coughing up anything?
no.
Water wasn't coming out of her nose and mouth and ears or eyes or anything like that, right?
In the beginning, she just looked very, like somebody held her underwater for a few seconds.
Sure. But you didn't see her, no one had to perform CPR, you didn't see water coming out of her mouth, right?
No,
She wasn't gagging or anything like that, right?
I don't remember.
Okay. And you didn't see any marks on her neck or shoulder or chest or anywhere in her body?
Objection, Austin answered.
Sustained.
It's the first time I asked that, Chris. I'm sorry.
We've asked a couple times if she saw any injuries. She said a couple times I didn't see any injuries.
All right. And you have no idea if Mr. Goldberg was having trouble swimming, do you?
No,
Or if he possibly thought he was drowning. You don't know that.
I don't know.
Ms. Schwitzky never asked you for any help, right?
Me personally, no.
Yes. You didn't hear her say to anyone she was asking for help until she was scared or afraid, right?
She asked for assistance when she first came to our boat.
For a life raft, right?
Okay.
Okay. She never said she was afraid or someone was chasing her or anything like that? No. When she got up on the boat, meaning your brother's boat, with no problem, right? On her own accord.
I don't remember.
You don't remember anyone having to lift her up or carry her, right?
Not that I recall.
Okay. When Mr. Goldberg came back, could you tell if he was drinking or not, or intoxicated?
No,
You have no opinion.
none.
How about Ms. Schwitzky? Do you know if she was intoxicated?
I think the only reason why I knew this because she said she had been drinking.
But you couldn't tell?
No.
But isn't it true that Ms. Schwitzky was on the flotation device about 30 seconds before this happened, the way you described it happening?
Give or take.
Okay. And you don't know where Ms. Schwitzky or Mr. Goldberg came from, do you?
No.
Or how far they were swimming at the time?
No.
And I think today you said that he came from behind and pushed her down. Remember that?
Did I say pushed her down? I don't remember.
What word? Whatever the word was.
Yes.
He came from behind her.
Yes.
Isn't it true that he came from in front of her and pushed her down from the front?
I don't recall.
Look at your deposition, page 30, line 21 to 25. Page 30, line 21 to 25. And you can also go to page 31, line 1 through 2.
And what was the other page? I read 31.
The next page over, lines 1 through 2.
Okay.
You previously said on the road that he came from in front of her and pushed her down, right?
Yes.
Today you're saying he came from behind her, right?
I don't recall.
Okay. You're not sure?
I'm not sure.
You remember that you got 2 glasses of wine that day?
Did I have 2 glasses?
Yes,
of wine?
ma'am.
I did not drink it all that day.
Okay. Remember seeing a backpack on Mr. Goldberg when he came back the second
I
time?
don't.
Okay. Did you see where he swam to, Mr. Goldberg, after he left your boat the first time?
I believe in the direction of the sandbar.
Did you see him on anyone else's boat?
No.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you, your explanation.
Say it doesn't have a major drive. Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Sit down. You said you're ready for our first witness?
Yes, Judge, do we want to address about bringing the other witness?
Sure.
Because we have one witness left.
Sure. How long do you anticipate this witness to take?
I can have him come.
Okay. All right, why don't you have your other officer, and then we'll finish, we'll stop there, we'll have your officer done, okay?
Yes, we take a 5-minute back break.
Sure. Why don't we take a 10-minute combo break? We'll be back at 2:50.
officer was actually not able to be here within an hour's notice. It was gonna be probably like he'd get here at 5. So I spoke to defense, we're just gonna finish with Mr. Trappcheck when he's done.
Okay. That still keeps us on our track to be done by Thursday.
I think we're on track to be done by Wednesday, but best case scenario.
That's fine.
Okay.
I'm very easy to work with so long as the end date stays the same. All right, Steve, call your service.
State phone, Alexander Trappcheck.
Mr. Crabbe.
Do you know what time you want to start tomorrow?
I think around, I think I can start at 9:30. I don't think I have that bad of a docket. So if you're here at 9:30, I can start as soon as I'm done with the docket.
I just have one plea that I should be done. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Hello. If you could, on your hand, face the clerk, raise your right hand, just raise it.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the evidence you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
That's fine.
Top one?
You should speak directly into the microphone and state whenever you and your witness are ready to be inquired.
Thank you, Judge. Ready?
Yes.
Okay. Good afternoon. Can you just state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Alexander J. Trappcheck, Tarapchak.
Mr. Trappcheck, where do you currently live?
1051 Hillsborough Mile, Hillsborough Beach, Florida.
And who do you live with?
My wife Rachel.
Do you also have residence in another state?
We live in Pennsylvania, but more time in Florida.
So you travel back and forth between here and Pennsylvania?
Correct.
Do you remember an incident that happened April 24th, 2022?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll start from the beginning. Were you in Florida at that time?
Yes.
And did you have plans to go out on a boat that day?
Yes.
And what were those plans?
We were gonna go to Boca Bash and see what it was like, and that was it.
And was this your first time at Boca Bash?
Yes.
What is Boca Bash?
It's just where a bunch of boaters get together and tie up and talk, and you know, it's like a social thing.
Is it like a big party out on the lake?
Yes.
And how do you get to Boca Bash?
By boat.
And did you go with your boat?
Yes,
And do you own that boat?
I did.
And who did you go to Boca Bash with? Or who was on the boat with you?
My wife, Rachel, my sister Sherry, her ex-husband Matt, and neighbor Nick Custro.
And you said Nick Cusro?
Yes.
And who was that to you?
He's a family friend's son.
Do you remember what time you went out to the lake?
Not exactly, I'm gonna say somewhere around noon, we left somewhere.
And on this boat, was there alcohol?
Yes.
What kind of alcohol?
There was some wine, there was some alcohol to make margaritas, maybe some tequila. And Nick Cusro might have brought some kind of seltzer or beer, I'm not sure.
Would that be hard seltzer or just regular seltzer?
I have no idea. I can't, I don't know.
So were you the one driving this boat?
Yes,
And did you drink any alcohol on that day?
I probably consumed throughout the day maybe 2 drinks at the most.
And what kind of alcohol did you consume?
It would have been wine.
Do you remember when the first drink was?
No, I don't.
Do you remember when you stopped drinking?
No, maybe a couple hours before the incident. Again, I didn't really drink too much.
And are you on medication?
I take several different medications.
And what is the medication for?
Blood pressure, cholesterol, cortisol levels.
These medications, do they impair your memory by any chance?
No.
And are you able to drink alcohol while on the medication?
As far as I know.
And when you do drink on the medication, does it affect your ability in any way?
No.
Did you take any drugs on this day?
No.
Do you know if anyone took any drugs?
No.
Do you remember what time you parked the boat in Lake Boca?
I would say, again, takes about a half hour to an hour to get there by boat, so somewhere between 12:30, 1:30, something like that. 12 and 1, I'm not positive.
And do you remember if you parked by the inlet or was it more towards the sandbar?
I would say it would be closer to the inlet. This is pretty busy and the sandbar was just jammed.
And you said busy. Were there a lot of boats present?
Yes.
So were there a lot of people?
Yes.
When did you first notice Cherylyn Schwitzky?
When she was about maybe 5 or 6 feet from our boat.
Was this when the incident happened?
Yes.
And have you ever met Cherylyn Schwitzky before?
No.
Have you met Mr. Cole Goldberg before?
No.
Have you, prior to this incident, seen him?
No.
Okay, I just showed defense counsel State's Exhibit 5. Can I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Do you recognize that photo?
Yes.
Okay. Is that your boat in the photo?
Yes.
And is that a fair and accurate representation of the day you guys went to Boca Bash?
It appears to be.
And when the incident occurred?
Yes.
Okay. You can just set it down. Okay. State moves into evidence, State's Exhibit 4.
4 or 5.
5.
Any legal objection, State's Exhibit number 5?
No objection.
Receiving evidence without objection, State's Exhibit number 5.
And Mr. Trappcheck, can you just circle with the marker that I think it's right next to you, where you were? You can put the letter A to indicate where you were present.
Boy, I wish I had my reading glasses on. I'm gonna say right about here.
Okay. And where was, it could be the general area.
Okay.
And where was Cherylyn Schwitzky when you first noticed her?
Oh, in the
In the water.
Okay, yeah. I would say she would have been,
You can put a letter C to indicate where she was.
okay, right around there.
Okay, perfect. Just take that. You can take the marker too. Permission to publish?
You may.
So when you first noticed Ms. Schwitzky, what were you doing at the time?
We had just actually swam out to the sandbar and we were swimming back on our boat. So I was just getting on the boat within maybe 30 seconds or so.
You were in the process of getting onto the boat.
I was already on the boat for
Okay,
about
on the
30
boat.
seconds, and I believe at that time I was helping my wife up. I think I was just helping her on the boat.
Okay. Did Ms. Schwitzky appear to be in distress?
Yes, she was breathing heavy, gasping for air. She said she was very tired and she asked if she could borrow a floaty or a flotation device or something to that effect.
And did she get that flotation device?
Yes, my wife Rachel threw her
Okay.
like a small circular float.
And is this something that you can sit in?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And at that time, did you notice a male come up to her?
Probably within seconds, I saw a male come up behind her.
And how did he appear?
He appeared like angry and kind of in some type of rage, kind of an altered state.
And do you see that male here today?
Yes.
Okay. Just point him out and describe what he's wearing.
Very good.
Okay, and what is he wearing?
Oh, right now?
Yes.
A suit and a tie.
Okay, let the record reflect that the witness positively identified Mr. Cole Goldberg.
Record shall so reflect.
So when you first noticed Mr. Goldberg, did it look like he had trouble swimming?
No,
Did Ms. Schwitzky look like she was having trouble swimming?
absolutely.
When Mr. Goldberg caught up to Ms. Schwitzky, did she have that floaty with her?
I believe she had it in her hands. She wasn't sitting, if she had it in her hands. I don't know if one hand or two hand, but she had it.
Was anyone else in the water with Ms. Schwitzky and Mr. Goldberg?
To the left of them was Matt Paris.
So when you see Mr. Goldberg behind Ms. Schwitzky, describe what he did.
He literally jumped up out of the water and grabbed her by the neck from behind and forced her down under the water by her neck and shoulders.
Do you recall if Mr. Goldberg was wearing a backpack?
I do not recall.
And would you be able to demonstrate on one of us how he put his hands on her?
Sure.
So we're gonna ask you to sit down, just make sure if you say anything, that you say whatever you say in the microphone, okay?
So you can step down, just
Okay.
watch where you're going. And then in the microphone, when you're describing it, just make sure it's in the microphone so we can hear it.
Okay. So he approached her up high in the air, grabbed her like this, 2 hands on the neck, pushed down this way, and she was only up for a split second, then she was down. And then I did not see her at that point. She was submerged, fully submerged.
And so did it look like he applied force to push her down?
Oh, absolutely.
You can go back up. Thank you. At any point, well, how long would you say she was underwater for?
I mean, it happened fast. I would say that, first of all, we're all looking at it, like, what was going on? Was this, was he playing around? Was this, what was happening? So I think we all just kind of looked for 5, 6, maybe 10 seconds and realized that he was trying to kill her. And that this was a serious situation. So I'm going to say at least 10 seconds, and then I remember yelling to Matt, my brother-in-law, to help the girl, and then I asked Nick Cosgrove to get the boat hook and to get him away from her.
Okay. And when you say it looked like he was trying to kill her, describe what that means.
He was just enraged. I was yelling at him, like, leave her alone, get away, and he just was, like, he was focused on keeping her down.
And do you remember if he was yelling something?
No, he did not respond to anybody. He was focused just on pushing her on and keeping her down.
Did it look like he was using Ms. Schwitzky to keep himself afloat?
Absolutely not.
And while this was happening, where was that flotation device?
I believe as soon as he jumped on her from behind, it flew away, like just floated away.
And do you know how deep that water was?
I mean, I know that we couldn't stand, and just by being in the lake, I would say it's gotta be 8 to 10 feet, I would think.
And you said you couldn't stand while you were in the water?
No, absolutely not, no.
Was this anywhere near the sandbar where you guys were?
No.
Okay, so back to when Mr. Paris had to intervene. How did he break this altercation up?
He pulled her loose, but I don't know exactly how, because it was underwater, so I know somehow he broke her loose. And at the same time, I had the boat hook and told him to leave her alone, get away.
Did Mr. Goldberg try to go after her?
He did, he pursued her again.
Is that when he tried to get on your boat?
No,
When he was pursuing her, is that when you asked for the boat hook?
no, when he started to push her under, then I had asked for the boat hook. When I realized that there was a situation there.
Do you remember at that time when you got the boat hook, how Mr. Goldberg was acting?
The same, just focused, intent on drowning.
Who else was on this boat when this was happening?
My boat.
On your boat?
My wife was on the boat at that time. My sister Sherry was on the boat. Matt was obviously in the water, and Nick Custer was in the front of the boat. I'd say front and mid of the boat.
So, for the most part, everyone was on the back of the boat.
Yes.
And how far away did this incident happen? Would you say it's from where you are sitting, from where I am?
No, it's closer than that. I would
Closer?
say maybe 6 feet if I had to estimate, 5, 6 feet
Okay.
from the back of the boat.
How was well, let's back up a little bit. When you got the boat hook, did Ms. Schwitzky get on your boat
After
the incident?
Yes, after Goldberg got away, then my wife helped her back, helped her out.
Okay. And how was her demeanor like?
She was scared, frightened, totally out of breath, crying, hysterical.
Was she coughing?
Yes.
Was her hair wet?
Yes.
Did you see where Mr. Goldberg went?
I noticed that he was swimming to a boat that was behind us, and then they pulled away. And then I noticed, I don't know how much longer, a few minutes later, I saw the boat pull closer to him, and then I saw him get back up onto the boat.
Okay. So did Mr. Goldberg eventually try to make it back to your boat?
I would say, I don't know, time frame, 10, 15 minutes later, we have what they call a beach door on the side of the boat. So it's a part of the side of the boat that comes down. And I noticed him hanging onto the beach door, calling Miss Caroline or whatever over.
So you didn't see him swim to your boat the second time?
No, I just saw him on the boat,
Okay.
like hanging onto the side.
So part of his body was still in the water and he was just hanging on to the side of the boat?
Yes.
And at that time when you noticed him hanging off the side of the boat, how was he acting at this time?
He seemed like he was crying or whining. He was just like crying there. And then she came over to him and they had a conversation. I said, buddy, you gotta get out of here. And he refused. And I said, look, get off my boat. get away. I'm gonna call the cops. He refused, and then I summoned the cops over.
So would you say that his behavior the second time around was different than when you first saw him?
Absolutely.
In your opinion, when you saw Mr. Goldberg, did he seem intoxicated when this was happening?
I honestly don't. You know, I didn't, I mean, he was in the water the whole time. I, you know, didn't really hear him talk too much other than when I did tell him to get away originally. I said, you know, you need to get away, and he said, that's my girl. And I remember telling him, that doesn't give you a right to kill her.
So when you saw the incident occurring, did it make you upset?
Yes.
And when you got the boat hook, were you yelling at Mr. Goldberg?
Yes, I believe I told him to leave her alone or I was gonna hit him with the boat hook.
And when you had that boat hook, was it raised?
Yes, it was raised.
Okay. And did you point that boat hook towards him, like at him?
Yes, I did,
Okay.
sure. I think that's why, one of the reasons that he let her go and that Matt was able to free her up.
And did you do that sort of like in defense of Ms. Schwitzky?
Absolutely.
And when you saw Ms. Schwitzky talking to Mr. Goldberg, did that make you upset?
I just didn't want any part of the situation. I didn't want the guy in the boat. You know, we were there just to have fun and talk to our friends and family. I want to deal with any of this nonsense.
Did you call 911?
No.
Do you know if anyone called 911?
My sister Sherry may have, but I'm not sure.
Okay. How were police involved?
That's when I waved the police over.
Okay, so you waved them down.
I waved them down, flagged them down, yes.
And so when this was happening, or when Schwitzky and Goldberg were on the boat, you saw FWC patrolling on a boat and you waved them down?
Yes.
And so did the police eventually get onto your boat?
Yes.
And did you give them a statement?
I did.
Nothing further.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hello.
You just testified before the court that the reason that Cole let Carolyn go was because you threatened him with the boat hook, right?
I said I think it facilitated and that Matt Paris pulled her away simultaneously.
Well, no, what I heard you say is that the reason that Cole let her go was because you threatened him with the boat hook. Is that not what you just said?
I said I think that was part of the reason. I don't think I said that was the only reason.
She was already on the boat when you got the boat hook. Isn't that
Absolutely
true?
not. No,
Yes, she
not at all.
was.
Were you there?
Did you see the body-worn camera, sir? The recording in this that was taken by law enforcement? Did you ever watch that?
I may have seen it, yeah.
Okay. So you're telling this judge that you used that gaff or hook while he was still, threatened him while he was still in the water with Caroline?
Again, you just misspoke. You said, while she was on the boat. She was in the water, and so you misspoke.
Isn't it true that the first time that you took that hook was when Caroline was on the water and Cole was holding onto the edge of your boat?
No, absolutely not.
Okay. Cole was holding onto the edge of the boat, was he not, after Caroline was on your boat?
That's correct.
And he was holding on there for quite some time, right?
I would say a minute, 2 minutes before the cops came. It's pretty quick.
Okay. And were you holding that gaff and threatening him while he was holding on to the boat?
No, when he was in the water.
He was in the water holding on to the edge of your
when he
boat?
was in the water with his hands around her neck.
That's when you...
Pushing her in the water, submerging her, trying to kill her.
Okay,
That's when I brought the boat.
That's when you what?
Brought the boat when I had Nick bring the boat hook over and I said, leave the girl alone or I'm going to hit you with this boat hook, and at the same time, Matt Paris freed her loose.
Okay. And you never used it again, correct?
Used it, I didn't use it at all.
You never threatened him with it again. Is that your testimony?
To the best of my recollection, maybe when he came back on when he was hanging off the boat, but I don't think so.
Okay?
I just warned him
But
to
it's
get away
possible.
from the boat.
But it's possible.
possible, I guess it could be possible. I just said, I just want you off the boat, get off the boat. I don't remember coming with the boat up again, no, I do not remember that.
Well, at no time did Cole try to climb the ladder to get on the boat, did he?
No, he was trying to lift himself on the boat from the beach shore.
And you don't know if that was because he was trying to gain composure because he felt as though he had been drowning, right?
I cannot say what's going through his mind, but he was crying to her on the side of the boat.
The first time he was there or the second time?
Second time.
I'm
First
talking
time.
about the first time.
The first time?
Yes.
Repeat your question, please.
Sure. My impression was, based on your testimony, is that Cole continued to threaten Caroline the first time he was there after the drowning. Is that not true? Is that what you not said?
I don't believe that's what I said. I said he was on top of her from behind, submerging in the water, and that's when I got the boat hook. I did not say that he was talking to her at that point.
All right, so
I said he was in a state of rage and was keeping her down, saying nothing.
Okay, so let's go back to the very first time that Mr. Goldberg was at the edge of your boat, okay? After the drowning, after the attempted murder, however you want to characterize it, is it true that Cole went to the edge of your boat, to the back of your boat, was holding on to it?
That's what I said. He was hanging onto
Okay.
the side of the boat.
All right.
Beach shore is.
He was holding on to some part of your boat, right?
That's what I said, yes.
All right. And you don't know whether he was doing that in order to gain composure because he had just felt as though he had been drowning. You don't know that, right?
I don't know what I just said, I don't know what he was thinking.
Okay.
But he was not appearing to be drowning, he was not in any distress.
You don't
He
know.
was
You're not.
crying, I said he was crying, that's what I said. He wasn't
Objection
saying-
unresponsive, move to strike.
So, all right, we need to proceed by question and answer. Perla will ask a question, you'll answer, and after he answers, you'll ask the next question.
You don't know whether he was in distress from having just almost drowned, right?
Again, you're classifying something that I did not witness. All I saw was him on the side of my boat, and he was not.
Objection
in any
unresponsive,
distress.
moves to strike.
I think that's his answer.
Okay? When Cole was at the edge of the boat, the first time that he was there, he did not make any threatening comments to Caroline, did he?
When you say the first time when he was hanging off the door?
The first time, well, you know that there's two times, right? The first time, he came and he allegedly tried to kill her or drown her, and then he was hanging on your boat, he swam
No,
away.
no, you did-
Let
you
me
just
finish
said
my
You have to
question,
let her
sir.
finish her question before you start answering.
Okay. Follow the rules. After, he then swam away, and sometime later, 10, 15 minutes later, he came back. That was the second time. Is that
Right.
correct?
That's the second time. The first time you were saying.
There's no question pending, sir. Was this the manner in which you were dealing with him that day on the boat?
No, what I'm
Were you
saying-
aggressive that day?
I don't believe I'm being aggressive at all, but you're
Okay.
misinterpreting or
No, I'm
missaying what you're misspeaking.
Okay. Is this the way you were dealing with everything? Just on your trajectory, not concerned with what was really going on? Just had an image in your mind of what the truth and the narrative was? Is that how you were acting that day too?
Objection, asked and answered, and argumentative.
Is that the way you were acting that day too, sir?
No.
You took that gap. You went up to him and you were threatening him, right?
No, absolutely not.
You told this young man he was a disgrace and should never become a lawyer. Remember telling him that?
Not at that time.
At some point. I didn't say what time. I said you said that to him. Did you not?
Again, I will be more than happy to tell you when I said it.
I'm not interested in when. My question again, sir, listen to the question. Sometime during your interaction with him, you went up to this young man, you pointed your finger at him and said, you are a disgrace and you should never be a lawyer. You remember saying that to
I
him?
did
Objection,
not.
relevance.
I did not go up to him and say that.
Okay, so you said it from a distance. Let's play games with words. You
Well,
said
if
that
you're
to
saying
him.
a word, I'm going to
Question and
tell you
answer,
when you're
please, or
correct
else
not
the point.
correct.
Can I
So
talk?
I'm
Let me
sorry.
talk.
I mean, but I don't
I got it.
appreciate her putting
I
things into
understand.
my mouth and
I-
making up her own.
Are you gonna let me talk, sir?
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
We need to proceed by question and answer, one person at a time. Let her ask her question, you'll give your answer, and then the state will get a chance to ask questions afterwards. But otherwise, we're gonna be here all day.
Okay.
So, my question is, not when, but isn't it true that at some point during this event, you said to Cole, you are a disgrace and you should never be a lawyer. Do you remember telling him that?
I do.
Do you remember when the police were flagged over to your vessel, that before they even made it to your boat, you were yelling at them, he's an attempted murderer, he's an attempted murderer, at least 3 times, according to the body-worn recording. Do you remember that?
No, I said that when they were on the boat, not when they were coming up to the boat.
Okay.
I believe I said, if you want to hear, that I believe he tried, I said, this man just tried to kill this girl.
And you told him that he was an attempted murderer, right? You said that.
After they were on the boat, I said that, correct.
Okay. So your testimony is you didn't say it when they were coming to the boat, but once they were on the boat, you told the law enforcement officers that he was an attempted murderer, right?
I said,
Those were your words, sir, were they not?
I said he attempted to murder her. That's
Okay.
what I believe I said.
Right. So right from the outset, and you said that to law enforcement in front of Rachel and Nick and Sherry and Matt, right? Everyone was on the boat, and you're screaming he's an attempted murderer. You remember that?
Again, I don't think I was screaming it, but I did say, I do remember making that statement, yes.
Okay. So you, after you said that, the police officer then says to all of you, are you willing to make a statement? Do you remember that?
Yes,
Okay. And you each provided a written statement, did you not?
that's correct.
Okay. And you all provided this written statement. You were very close proximity to one another. You were all talking amongst yourselves about what you saw, right?
I believe, to the best of my memory, that they separated us and had us write out separate statements.
Okay. So this is, where were you separated from the others? Tell me. Where did you write your statement? And tell me where the others wrote their statements.
I believe, again, that I was in the midsection of the boat when I wrote it.
Okay. And where were the others when they were writing their statements?
I don't know if we wrote them all at the same time. I don't know. I think my sister was up front. I think maybe Rachel might have been on the other side of the boat.
Okay, and we're talking just a few feet here or there, are we not?
No, maybe 5 to 10 feet away.
Okay. And you remember them sharing pens and talking about what had happened and what had occurred?
Not at the time we were writing the statement, no.
Do you remember talking about what had occurred before you wrote your statements, after you had already told law enforcement he was an attempted murderer?
I do not.
Do you remember giving the officer a hard time, saying, I'm not interested in being in the newspaper? Do you remember telling him that?
That's correct.
Do you remember telling the officer that you were not even interested in providing a written statement because the alleged victim was fine and wanted nothing to do with this? Do you remember that?
I did not say that she was fine. What I did say is that if she's not going to pursue this, then why would I pursue it?
And why was she not going to pursue this?
I don't know, honestly don't know.
Okay? Because nothing happened to her, right?
Objection
Nothing happened to
recommended.
her.
Sustained. Next question.
You testified just a moment ago that when you were asked about your medication, you testified that I think you said you were on 3 or 4 different medications. You rattled off a few names, right?
Prescription medications, yes.
Understood. Isn't it true that you previously testified that you take 20 different medications?
Well, I'm counting supplements into that. Like I take CoQ10, resveratrol, a bunch of things that are not prescription.
And none of those would affect your ability to recall?
No.
Okay. And you can drink alcohol safely with these 20 different medications?
Again, maybe medications would be incorrect. I don't know what you call vitamin D medication, supplement, whatever you want to call it.
Well, that was your terminology, so I'm just using your word.
Okay.
And isn't it true that you actually had wine and mixed drinks that day?
I might have sampled just to taste the margarita that I made or something.
So tell the judge, what do you mean by you sampled a margarita? I'm
Because I made them, and then I would just taste them, make sure they tasted good, and then serve them to everybody.
Okay. You remember giving a deposition where you testified that you actually had a mixed drink that day?
It could have all added up to a mixed drink.
All right. So how many sips did you have to add up to one mixed drink?
5 or 6 maybe.
You're not trying to minimize what you drank that day, right?
No, like I said, I had about 2 drinks. I'm not a big drinker.
You're the captain of the boat?
That's correct.
Okay, and did Matt, was he charged with being the captain of the boat at all?
Sometimes Matt helps me out.
Did Matt drive the boat that day?
I don't recall.
Okay. You were the one that was driving, right? It was your responsibility.
I drove there, correct.
And you drove back, right?
I think Matt drove back, actually, but I'm not positive.
But you clearly had alcohol on your boat. You're not challenging that, right?
No,
There were bottles of hard liquor, seltzers, beer, wine, is that correct?
again, I testified to wine, I think 1 or 2 bottles of hard alcohol, and again, I don't know if Nick Castro bought, could have been beer or seltzer, something I can't, I don't know.
And a blender, is that correct?
That's correct.
All right. Tell me about how much alcohol Matt drank that day, if you know.
I don't know.
Did you mix him any drinks?
I just made a batch, and whether he had one or not, I can't answer that.
What about Sherry? How much did she drink?
Sherry, I don't think she drinks too much.
Well, how much did she drink that day? Not whether she drinks so much or not.
I don't think she had any that I can remember. I just do not remember her drinking. No.
So she had nothing, and Matt may have had one, but you're not sure?
I'm not sure, no.
Okay. What about Rachel? How much did she drink that day?
She might have had a couple of drinks. Again, I don't sit and watch what everybody's drinking.
I'm asking you if you know.
Yeah, I don't.
So a couple of drinks?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. No idea.
What about Nick? Was he drinking alcohol?
Like I said, he had something he was drinking out of a can. Seltzer, beer, whatever it was.
But you don't really know.
No.
You testified also that Rachel drew her floaty to Caroline, right?
She threw it, yes.
Okay. So it was Rachel's floaty, or the floaty that Rachel threw that Caroline used in order to save herself and get out of the water. Is that right?
Rachel threw a floaty too, yes.
It wasn't Matt who had threw her a floaty. Is that correct?
Not in my recollection.
Where was everybody on the boat when you? Well, let me ask it this way. Where were you when you first noticed Caroline in the water? Where were you on the boat?
Back of the boat.
And where was Rachel?
She was just getting on. I had just helped Rachel on the boat, so she was also on the back of the boat.
And where was Nick?
Nick was up towards the front of the boat.
And Sherry?
Sherry was somewhere in the back of the boat.
And Matt was in the water, is that correct?
That's correct.
And Matt would have been the closest to Carolyn?
Yes.
So not you. You would not have been the closest to Carolyn, is that correct?
Well, he was in the water, so I would say I'd say we were probably maybe equidistant, maybe 5-6 feet from her, but we were on board, and Matt was in the water, so it's somewhere in that vicinity. I don't remember the exact.
Okay. Do you remember Officer Hudson or any of the officers there, it was a male officer, who told you after you were reluctant to give a written statement, just imagine if this were your daughter, and that prompted you to then write the statement. Do you remember him saying something like that?
I remember him saying that, but I don't believe that would have prompted me to say that, but he did say that, yes.
And he said that in front of all of the people on the boat?
I don't know who was there when he spoke to me. I know they were trying to keep everybody separate. I know that when they got on the boat, they tried to keep everybody apart. I do remember that.
Well, do you remember Matt being at the back of the boat where there's a little table, sitting there with a woman, it was either your wife or his wife at the time, writing their statements together? Do you remember that?
I can't specifically say I remember where everybody was. I can't.
So you don't really know if they were all separated?
No, I just said the officers attempted to separate everybody. Whether they were all separated, I don't know. But he tried to keep everybody separated as much as he could.
Okay, so now there was an attempt to separate, but you're not really sure if everybody was.
That's
correct?
Sure.
You didn't want to come here today and testify, is that correct?
That's not correct.
Did you give the state a hard time about coming?
No.
Did you tell the state that you wanted an order from the judge in order to come here and testify?
Absolutely not.
Do you have any idea why there was such an order issued in order to get you here? Do you have any idea?
I do not.
You did not call 911, did you?
I said that before.
I'm asking you now. You did not call 911, did
No,
you?
I did not.
You had a phone, right?
My phone was on the boat, but it wasn't with me per se.
Oh, it wasn't maybe on your side, but you had a phone up with you that day, did you not?
That's correct.
And you didn't call 911.
That's correct.
You didn't call 911 after you witnessed this attempted murder, right?
That's correct.
And after Mr. Goldberg left and went back to somewhere where you did not see where he went, you did not call 911 to report this attempted murder, did you not?
That's correct.
And when Mr. Goldberg came back to your boat a second time, you did not call 911 to report this alleged murder, attempted murder, right?
That's correct. That's why I said I waved the officers down.
Right. You never gave Caroline a phone, did you?
Not that I'm aware of now.
Well, did she ever ask you for a phone?
I don't remember that much.
I'm
Actually,
sorry?
I don't remember having much conversation with her. I think my wife and my sister were mostly talking to her.
Okay. So, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I'm showing you what's in evidence as defense number 12. Does this look like Carolyn? I know you can't see her face, but her bathing suit? Or you can't tell?
How would I?
So you don't know if this was her? You don't recognize this?
I mean, I know the girl had a red bathing suit on, but
So you-
how can I can't identify somebody from over 4 years ago.
Okay, so you can't say this is her or not?
No,
Does this phone look familiar? Is that a phone? Is that your phone?
I don't believe it's my phone. I don't remember having a phone for like that.
And you don't remember giving her a phone, right?
I do not.
You don't remember anybody on your boat giving her a phone, do you?
Again, I don't remember. Again, my wife and my sister were talking to her, so I don't know if they could have. I don't remember.
You don't really know. You're just
I don't
guessing.
remember. You asked if I remember. I said, no, I do not remember.
All right. That was my question.
And that's
But
why I
you-
said, no, I don't
No,
remember.
you said, well, this one could have, this one could have, that one could have. I asked you if you remembered.
I do not.
There you go. Let me show you some pictures. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Showing you defense number 2. Here's what well, do you recognize this?
Yes, that looks like her.
Okay. Does this appear to be the same red bathing suit as the one I just showed you over there that you said you didn't know, or you can't tell?
Appears to be the same.
Okay. And is this the way Miss Schwitzky appeared that day?
If that's a picture of her, I guess.
Well, this is your boat, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so this picture appears to have been taken on your boat, right?
It appears to be.
Okay. And this time would move defense number 2 with evidence.
Any legal objection to defense of number 2?
There.
I'll receive defense 2 and evidence without objection.
Okay, so do you see any markings or injuries to her neck? And your testimony was that Mr. Goldberg grabbed her around the neck with both hands, not on the shoulders, but around her neck, right?
Around her neck and shoulders.
Okay. Earlier you demonstrated right here that it was around the neck like this. Did you not?
And shoulders, correct.
Just feel like you're gonna have to go by microphone or phone call saying they can't pick you up.
Thank you, Judge, I will. There's not a single injury on her neck or chest, is there?
Not that I can see.
It's awkward, isn't it? When Miss Schwitzky got on your boat, not only did you not observe any injuries, as you just said, you did not have to administer CPR. Nobody on the boat had to administer CPR, right?
No.
Nobody had to lay her on her side to expel any water from the drowning.
No.
You didn't observe any scratches or fresh blood or any marks or anything like that?
She did show us, did she have bruises or marks or something on, I believe it was her forearms that she said he was holding her from earlier or something, I don't know. But,
Okay. And those bruises were on her arms and they were brown, were they not?
I don't remember the color, she just said, look, I have bruises on my hands when he was grabbing me.
They weren't fresh bruises, right?
I'm not equipped to say when they were administered.
She didn't have any nosebleed, right?
No, she did not.
She wasn't complaining about dizziness, right?
She was, I wouldn't say dizzy, no.
She wasn't having any difficulty speaking to you or communicating with you, right?
No, she was shaken up, she was coughing, she was in distress.
My question was, she didn't have any difficulty speaking.
Well, I would say she wouldn't speak normally. No, she wasn't speaking normally. No, she was gasping, struggling to speak.
She didn't have any confusion or exhibit any signs of confusion, right?
I would say she was panicked. I don't know if she was confused, but panicked.
She didn't lose consciousness, right, or pass out?
She did not lose consciousness.
She didn't have red, bloodshot eyes, right?
Not that I noticed. I really wasn't looking at her eyes.
She wasn't having any trouble catching her breath, was she?
Yes.
Do you remember somebody giving her a red Solo cup with some liquid in it for her to drink after the incident?
I believe in it. I really don't remember. I think they offered her some water, but I don't remember.
Who's they? Who gave it to her?
Either my wife or my sister. They were, trying to console her and talk to her.
And she was able to drink the liquid, right?
I really wasn't observing.
You never observed her drinking from the red Solo cup?
I can't remember.
When Mr. Goldberg came back the second time, do you remember him having a backpack on?
I can't say I remember that.
Okay. And you remember him holding on the back of the boat at that point?
Again, he would be, I'd say, more of like the side of the boat.
Or the side of the boat?
Yes,
Holding onto your boat.
that's correct.
And that's when you waved over law enforcement, correct?
That's correct.
At that point, when he was holding on to the side of your boat or whatever part of your boat you want to call it, was he making any threats to Miss Schwitzky at that point?
I didn't hear what he was saying or what was happening. I just heard him sobbing, and he just said, "Get off my boat." He refused. I called the cops. It was a quick interaction.
Okay. Do you remember Miss Schwitzky leaning down at the back or side of your boat, offering him comfort and holding his hands the second time he was there?
I cannot say I remember her holding his hands. I remember her leaning over and speaking to him. I remember him whimpering, and I asked him to leave. He didn't leave. I called the cops. That's all I remember.
Okay. You don't remember her trying to comfort him and saying sweet things to him? It's okay, Cole? Anything like that?
I do not remember that.
May I approach the witness here?
I do.
There was no video on your boat?
No,
And nobody filmed anything with their cell phones?
not of this incident, no.
Were there other things you were filming?
I'm sure I took a picture of Lake Boca and the boats there.
But nothing relative to anything that occurred that day to Mr. Goldberg and Ms. Schwitzky, right?
No.
Can I approach the witness?
Okay.
Showing you to marked as defense number 11 for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
I mean, that's a picture of us on the boat, yes.
Okay, and the person that's pointing their finger at Mr. Goldberg is who?
That is me.
Okay, and who is to the left of you?
That would be Matt, I believe.
Okay, and the person in the woman in the white,
That looks like my sister Sherry.
and the other woman would be Sherry in the darker outfit?
No, I said Sherry would be white, and I believe that's Rachel in the back, but it's a pretty blurry picture.
All right, and the person in the red bathing suit, is that Ms. Schwitzky?
It appears to be.
And she's sort of partially kneeling at the end of
Yeah,
whatever.
her knee is, her knee appears to be on the beach door. That's the beach door.
That's the beach door?
Correct.
And she appears to be kneeling close to Mr. Goldberg?
Yeah, he's over here hanging, and she's got her hand there, and yeah.
Okay, why are you pointing to Mr. Goldberg at that point?
Most likely, this is a picture from the officer, and I believe I'm saying that to get this guy off my boat.
Is that when you?
That attacked this woman.
Is that, well, why were you pointing and what were you saying? Do you remember?
No, I don't remember.
Is that when you were calling him an attempted murderer?
No, that was on the boat, but I think I said he just tried to kill her or something, or drowned her, or something to that effect.
Okay, this time we move defense number 11 into evidence.
Any legal objection to defense good number 11?
No.
The receiving evidence without objections, that's good number 11.
I have no further questions, thank you.
Any re-representation?
Very briefly.
Mrs. Go.
So after the incident happened, was Mr. Goldberg on your boat?
When you say incident, like
When he was drowning Ms. Schwitzky, did he get on your boat?
no,
Did he just swim towards your boat?
yes,
But was he holding on to your boat at that time?
no,
Did Mr. Goldberg, from what you noticed, hold on to your boat the second time you came around?
yes,
So was he ever on your boat the first time?
no,
Do you remember if Matt had a floaty when he was in the water?
Matt himself,
Yes.
I believe he did. I think we all had floaties because it was a long distance to get to the sandbar. So I think I'm sure we all had floaties to get out there and get back.
And then, right after this incident happened and Ms. Schwitzky got on your boat because your wife helped her up, how long was she on the boat before Mr. Goldberg came to the side of the boat?
I'm going to say 10 to 15 minutes, approximately, but I don't know exactly.
And do you remember how long it took for police to get to the boat?
Minutes, they were quick. Minute, 2 minutes, they were pretty quick.
Nothing further.
All right. Thank you very much for you to sit down. We're all done. State, you said that concludes your witnesses for the day?
Yes.
All right. So let's discuss scheduling. What's the plan for tomorrow?
We have 5 witnesses set for tomorrow. My earliest is set to get here by 8:30, and then I have another at 9, so we should have things flowing pretty quickly. And then after those 5 witnesses, we'll be resting.
Okay. Defense, I know that you mentioned that you have a few witnesses. I think the one thing that I do want to ask you all is, I think, based on your opening, again, I'm the latest comer to this case, very all of you, but you indicated, I think you have 6 or 7 character witnesses. Are they all gonna testify to the same thing? Isn't that somewhat cumulative? Can't we pick like maybe our best 3 character witnesses?
So Judge, there was only one motion filed for one witness on this case for character and reputation, and that was Ms. Rada.
A lot of them are fact witnesses, Judge. They're gonna say different things about what they observed during the day. They're all relatively short. They just happen to also know the quality of peacefulness, but they're not being called solely for that. The only one person is the ex-girlfriend. That's it.
I guess.
All the rest are actually there present.
I guess. Well, it is an on-jury trial, so we'll see how it plays out. Just keep in mind that at some point, if it becomes cumulative, I may say, I think I've heard enough on that subject.
Yes, sir.
Do you all think, say you think you're gonna arrest tomorrow?
Yes.
Do you all anticipate having, I know that you said an opening. I will tell you, Mr. Goldberg, at some point I'm gonna ask you if you've made a personal decision whether or not to testify. It will ultimately be your decision, but I know you've said that he's planning on testifying. So
Yes.
I know you have at least potentially one witness available should the state conclude early. Okay, any other things that we need to address before we adjourn today? Like I said, I have a docket. I think I'll be done at 9:30, so certainly I'm not gonna call you if you're in another courtroom. And I'm gonna do my best to start at 9:30, but anything else that we need to address while we're here together?
No, nothing from the state.
Okay, all right, so we're in recess on this matter until tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you.